impacts of climate change can already be seen in places like here on the Dingle Peninsula, where the physical landscape is changing and rapidly. The people living here face two distinct futures. One in which those impacts have rendered parts of the area uninhabitable.
A recurring comment from people is just how mammoth the climate change issue is.
Hey, that's your body. It's saying, you got this! Woo!
There are lots of complicated details in our climate plans, but there's one.
Turista maitea. I live in a place where gastronomy is culture, and culture is identity. Euskadi is still written without a hashtag, and experience without filters. Here, green is green.
in twice. Yeah, well, I'm back in the.
Yes, I can.
Och det är här på andra sidan Atlasbergen, vid porten till Saharaöknen, som det nu pågår en solkraftsrevolution. Nor betyder ljus.
Into the cities. But as it turns out, not only people, but also a specific animal that carry 5,000 different COVID viruses. So this again is from a longer report from the Ivory Coast.
Det är inte bara människor som flockas hit till Abidjan. Det gör också fladdermössen. I de trädkantade alléerna med jätteträd så har stora kolonier av flygande hundar flyttat in från landsbygden. De blir fler och fler i takt med att landet hugger ner sina regnskogar. Lantbrukaren Cyprien är en av miljontals ivorianer som hugger ner skogen på jakt efter ny odlingsmark. I Elfenbenskusten så har 70% av regnskogen försvunnit. I den nya byn så har man byggt höga murar för att skydda sig mot havet. Och så här ser det ut längs den västafrikanska kustlinjen. Husen i fiskebyn, de har ju redan slukats av havet. Men så var det här med kyrkogården. De har löst det så att man har öppnat gravarna och plockat ut kvarlevorna av sina döda. Och sen har man grävt nya gravar längre inåt land. För det här, det kommer havet snart att sluka.
Fiorina Ursel, our maidings were gate for Tadash, a coral circum fiches though. You're very welcome back this morning. And before we begin, you might just check your phone is on silent and also take note of the nearest exit in case of emergency. We wouldn't like you to get stuck in here. Now, one of the recurring themes throughout our discussions yesterday was how important it was for public service broadcasters to connect with the younger audience. And how do we do that in the age of digital transformation? When Generation Z no longer consume media in the traditional way, how do we capture them? Our moderator this morning is Niamh Ní. She's TG4's newest recruit to young people's programming. She has worked as a DJ for several radio stations and she was a judge on TG4's Junior Eurovision series. Leabhar Dele, Cúrigi Fáilte, Rith Niamh Ní.
Agus and I'm glad to see some of you managed to get up early after last night's gala. I'm sure there's lots of people watching online at home. I was saying some people might be watching from bed upstairs, but we don't know. But I think maybe it's because I'm part of this session, but I think we have some of the most important speakers of CIRCOM 2022 today. 3 of the best speakers, I think, will be on this stage today. I'm not including myself, by the way. Alexandra and Sophia, and then we'll be speaking to Blind Boy Boat Club later on. We know that public service broadcasters face many challenges, but one of the really big challenges is engaging and connecting with young people and developing a loyalty and a trust with them. And our speakers today have invaluable knowledge and experience in dealing with young people and young people's broadcasting. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what our 3 speakers today have to say. As was said, I've worked in young people's programming for a couple of years in radio, mainly, and more recently in television. So I'm hoping to pick up a few tips as well this morning. But this isn't about me. This is about our speakers and it's about you guys. So please, do get involved. I think you can send in questions on Slido, so we would love to get some questions in. You can send them in at any stage, and when we're doing the Q&A, you can raise your hand and ask questions as well. We will give our 2 speakers about 10 minutes to do their presentations, and then we'll have a Q&A with Sophia and Alexandra, and then we'll take a 2-minute break. But don't leave. A 2-minute break, and then we'll be speaking to Blind Boy Boat Club. So our first speaker is Alexandra Borchardt, and among many, many things, I could have kept going for about an hour with everything you have your name to at this stage. But Professor Alexandra Borchardt, she's a senior journalist, a leadership professor, media consultant, and senior research associate of the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at the University of Oxford. She co-leads the Journalism Innovators Programme at Hamburg Media School. And then something that she's going to focus on today, she was the lead author of What's Next? Public Service Journalism in the Age of Distraction, Opinion and Information Abundance. That was published by the EBU towards the end of 2021, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. So can we please give a big round of applause to Alexandra Borchardt.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for being here. I was told that no one will show up that early in the morning, so it's a little bit like with the young audiences, right? Sometimes people tell you, oh, they won't show up, they're not interested in public service media any longer, but hey, some of them, you know, show up eventually, and you have to make sure that they'll stick. So what I'm drawing on is the EBU's news report, this year's news report, What's Next? Public Service Journalism in the Age of Distraction, Opinion and Information Abundance. That's the title we picked because we felt that it's a much more vital thing, that people are actually distracted and there's too much information rather than a trust issue that many people always try to emphasize. And this report, just to introduce you briefly to it, it has 3 parts and it draws on interviews with about 40 media leaders, director generals, editors-in-chief of public broadcasters and beyond. We did Q&As, case studies, so if you want to dive into it later, please feel free to download it. It's available for free. Yeah, The good news is really, and this is a little bit counter to the common narrative, that actually trust in media has increased during the pandemic, and that has even happened with young people. And these are just the basic figures here a little bit. Broadcasters are leading the way in the increase in trust, so you should work with this because it's actually the good news that trust has increased. And trust in social media, though, has declined further a little bit. It's always a little bit on the lower side. So you should work with the trust, because young people also have been drawn to traditional media in the pandemic because they wanted to know what's going on. They wanted to know what to do. So that's the good news. But the bad news is that many people feel that journalism really doesn't do it to them so much. You don't have to go through all this chart, but this is my favorite chart, actually, that was published in the Digital News Report by the Reuters Institute in 2019, and it gives you a clear picture what journalism does well and what journalism doesn't well. If you look at the bottom, it shows you that journalism is still really good in, doing the news of the day, keeping you up to date with what's happening. But if you look to the top, what is journalism really not doing well is it's not really providing people with the topics that are relevant to their lives, and only 16% feel of all those surveyed feel that journalism is really using the right tone to approach people. And this is also an issue with young journalism. So what's the point? Journalism needs to focus so much more on the solutions for the problems that people struggle with, and that also extends to young people. So you really have to change perspectives, get into the heads of young people in the perspective. Also, the matter of diversity, particularly particularly public broadcasters, public service media, has to reflect society the way it is in all its diversity. We are not doing great in that respect. And also, and we'll hear about things later, use the latest technology, meet the people at the platforms that they are actually using. We have to go to the people where they are and not expecting them all the way to come here, like coming in this room, into this room at 9 in the morning. And the connection with the audience is so vital, and this is just a quote I picked from the interview with Noel Curran, the EBU Director General. If there is no strong connection with the audience, we'll lose our legitimacy, and we'll really have to struggle with funding and public legitimacy. So this is so important. Connecting with young audiences in particular. So what is the issue? This is a quote by Helge Solberg from NRK News, and she said they're doing lots of surveys. What do young people care about? And it's actually no miracle. This is no miracle thing, but there is knowledge about this. Young people care about, they are very value-driven. They want to understand the society around them. They're interested in foreign news. This is for Norway, absolutely, but it's also true for other countries. Climate journalism is their #1 interest. Tolerance, diversity, anti-racism, all this is important to them. And what particular needs do they have? And I'm drawing here also on evidence from other studies that are out there. News needs to be interesting. It needs to be interesting from the very first second, and not just only some drawn-out thing that people have to keep a lot of patience to really get to the point. News needs to be useful, and this is particularly vital for young audiences, because young people feel if it doesn't have to do anything with my life, forget it. There's so much news around this. You have to capture their attention. This is important also. News needs to be fun, and this probably separates younger audiences from older ones that invested a lot more patience into digesting very serious news. It needs to be fun, or at least entertainingly presented. And the picture I chose here to illustrate this is from a German case recently, where this influencer, Finn Kliman, this wearing his hat, was involved in some strange practices around. Sure. Oh, yeah, so sorry about that. Yeah, I was asking, could I stand whatever? Anyway, So there was an investigative journalism into the practices of this influencer, and really, yeah, this is a very entertaining way of presenting investigative journalism, and that really rang true with young people. What is really also important for young people is that news needs to be fair in tone. This from, you know, speaking down to people, really making fun of disadvantaged groups, for example. People really, they feel turned off by that, young people. And news needs to be impartial. And that's an important thing, and that is still very important also to young people. There's a huge debate on subjectivity, objectivity in news, but even young people say, the Reuters report confirms that news needs to be impartial and present different sides of an issue. So cling to that. As public service media, you are very well equipped to do that. And the last point here, what young people are really drawn to is constructive news. You need to provide perspective. If there's no solution in there, if there's no perspective in there, if it's only negative, attention grabbing, then, you know, people will tune out and will leave you. Yeah, lessons for reaching young audiences. What have we learned from that? What did we deduct from all the interviews we did? And I also spent many years in newsrooms, actually many years where we did a lot of things wrong, to tell you the truth. Yeah, capture attention from the beginning and hold it. Very important. If you're doing video, for example, short video, get right to the point. Otherwise, people won't continue watching. Explain a lot. Don't assume that people know all the things, are really involved in all kinds of debates. Now, for example, with the war going on, explain again and again what is NATO, what are the circumstances, what is the international situation. Seamless user experience is really mandatory for young people because they are so used to it. If you don't provide them with a seamless user experience, you'll lose them right away. And then last point, and that is really important, and speaking here as an older woman, maybe I shouldn't even be up on stage. Let young people do news for young people. We hear more about that later. And if you want to look at case studies in the EBU News report, please dive in. We have several case studies on that it can be done for young people, and I only pulled up a few here. We did a case study on RTE Brainstorm, which is a partnership with universities, with Irish universities, and it's constructive news, and young people are really drawn to it. We did a case study on Wiley Arena that provided a platform that is as popular with young people as Netflix is in Finland, or almost as possible. SVT is really doing great on video, short video for young people. It's the most important news choice for young people, and also there is an example from Bayerischer Rundfunk. This is where I live, close to Munich. They have this format News WG, which is sort of, they rented an apartment where they have young people discussing politics, and it's popular even with young women, an audience that is really hard to reach. Or maybe Sophia will tell us more about that. Yeah, and I quoted Rory Cavini here, the director of strategy of RTE News, who said, young people are more loyal to content and programming than necessarily to brands, so you really have to gain their trust again and again. And I don't have that much time left, but I wanted to make a few points on leadership, because leadership is such an important part of this report. And as I said, young people, news for young people should be done by young people. But how do you attract young people, and how do you keep them? What are the important points? And I discussed this with many news leaders, and it's really a difficult issue how to manage young people. And I have a quote here by Bakel Walton. He's Director of Development and Offering at Swiss SRG. And he really describes the conflict you are in as a leader, and some of this might ring familiar with you. On the one hand, there's the expectation of flat hierarchies, particularly with young people, but there's also a tension, because at the same time they expect very clear strategy, very clear guidance, a lot of clear feedback, and as a leader, you might be familiar with this every day. Yeah, another point which really ties in with the content thing, I told you, invest in diversity. Don't make it just a box-ticking exercise. Make it an important and core part of your operations. And here I have a quote by Kai Gnifke of Südwestdeutscher Rundfunk, and he was really self-critical and reflective in the interview we did with him. He said, we print shiny brochures about diversity and raise the rainbow flag, but when push comes to shove, the old mechanisms prevail. Particular leaders haven't met their own standards. And you can ask yourself, are we meeting our own standards in this? Yeah, another point that some of the young leaders raised with me, or young people that we interviewed, is provide career opportunities. Young people have high expectations for personal growth and learning, but actually in many organizations, there haven't been developed career tracks that are suited for young people and that meet these needs, this hunger for learning, for advancement, personal advancement. So think about this. What can we do to give young people a perspective, even when they are not journalists, but have other roles that are so important in today's media? Yeah, and last but not least, flash public service values. And this is a quote by Lucy Kung, who's a media advisor, very respected person, also a colleague who works for the Reuters Institute. And she says, this generation is very purpose-driven, and you know that. And this is exactly what you have to offer. You have to offer values, public service values. So you have everything in your hands to attract young people who want to have a mission, who want to work for some good. So please work with it, flash your public service values, then you'll attract young talent. And yeah, I'm looking forward to what Sophia has to tell us now about young people's needs. As you can see, she's much younger than I am. So yeah, please, Sophia, you get on stage.
Alexandra, thank you very much. And if anyone has any questions for Alexandra, please do send them in on Slido, and we'll get to them in a couple of minutes. But we'll go to Sophia Smith-Gaylor now. She is the author of Losing It, Sex Education for the 21st Century, which we've been told is available down the back or behind the wall if you want to purchase it after. She's a TikTok creator. As of this morning, she has a very impressive 402.6 thousand followers on TikTok. She's a multi-award-winning reporter. She's worked at the BBC, and she's currently working as a senior news reporter at Vice World News, covering Europe, the Middle East and Africa. So can we please welcome Sophia Smith-Gaylor.
Hi everyone. It's my first time in Galway. Very exciting. And it's nice to be with you today. So this is me, and what I'm going to talk about is how I use TikTok as part of my journalistic toolkit. I really want to emphasize it's not the only platform on social media that I use, and long before TikTok came on the scene, I was on Twitter, I am on Twitter, I was on Instagram, I am on Instagram, and I really use it all as a full ecosystem for all the kind of things I do, but none of them have performed or done so much for me as a journalist as TikTok has done. So I think Alexandra gave like a really fantastic overview, and hopefully what I think I'll be more of is like a case study. So I'm looking forward to some brilliant questions afterwards. So I am currently a senior news reporter at Vice World News, not a public service broadcaster, but I did spend 4 years at the BBC in 2 different roles. Both of those roles were in social and digital. It's not what I trained to do. I trained to do radio and television. And as I was doing these social and digital roles, I made over 10 radio documentaries for the BBC. I made a television documentary. I definitely got to see all sides of the business when I was there. And effectively what ended up happening is I got a reporter job somewhere else. So now I'm at Vice. You've already got on about how many followers. I actually now have 80 million views on my personal TikTok account. If you add the views of the explainers I've done for Vice World News, we're nearing 100 million. And I wrote my first book this year, which wouldn't have happened without TikTok. This is a bit of my trajectory. I really, really love that Alexandra mentioned at the end of your talk about leadership and what it is that not only young audiences want from a newsroom, but young journalists in your organisation. This is to give you a sense of my career thus far. I began as a social media producer. 1 year later, in that role, I was running Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram accounts for the BBC. I become a visual journalist in faith and ethics. I was the first ever in this role at the BBC, and I remained the only one because they didn't rehire for the job after I left. And that visual journalist is a funky way of saying video journalist. I don't know why I was a visual journalist instead, other than I also took still photography. And my role was to make video content that would perform as what we call satellite stories. So I was tied to a really, really wonderful religion documentary strand on the World Service called Heart and Soul. And every week we have a 26-minute documentary that goes out, and it was my job to be in charge of the social media and digital presence of this documentary strand. And for every episode, I would make a film that would go out on social and digital. And it's a satellite story because it's supposed to be engaging and perform well as a standalone product. It's not simply a trailer for the radio doc. It's a standalone product that can do well by itself. And you, in the social copy around it, you suggest kind of, oh, well, if you like the sound of this, we have a whole 26-minute doc about it. In November 2019, I get on TikTok. Plenty of teenagers in the UK were already on TikTok at this point, but there were no journalists really on there. I believe Washington Post may have already been on there when I joined in the US. Generally speaking, the outlets in the US have been far speedier in getting onto TikTok than British ones. But I joined in 2019. I made my first video, and I hadn't been on TikTok that long, but I had spent some time watching TikToks, and I make my first TikTok, and it got over 100,000 views, and I got nearly 2,000 followers in the space of a day. And I thought, whoa, I've never had that kind of growth before. It was appealing, it was intriguing, and it made me think, let me make a few more and see what happens. And my videos at that point were very much kind of life as a journalist. So it wasn't necessarily about journalism I was doing, but it was about, you know, fun observations as a journalist. So December, January, February, March. So 5 months later, I've been building up all these followers. I've been spending time on TikTok. I start bringing in stories. So the relationship has already changed. It's starting to become a news gathering tool as much as it is a tool in which I can get more eyeballs on my journalism. I can build rapport as a journalist. When Donald Trump decided he wanted to try and ban the app, suddenly it became an electoral issue, and I was the only person with any expertise at the BBC to talk about it. So I ended up doing a number of stories around that, did a documentary about how it was influencing the US election. Nearly a year later, I go really, really viral with a TikTok I make on all platforms. So the TikTok went viral, but it also went viral on Instagram, it went viral on Twitter. And it's from that point, really, that the journalism industry started kind of thinking, oh, what is this thing? And by September 2021, I'd really, really tried to do a lot of reporting at the BBC. I had tried to persuade the BBC that they had a public service interest in being on TikTok because of the amount of young people that were on there. And, you know, while I was there, I feel like I failed in that mission. It is now on TikTok, but unfortunately, I didn't manage to persuade them while I was there. Vice World News, however, were very, very keen on going on TikTok, and I have been very fortunate to be part of their journey. Vice World News on TikTok are now at 1.3 million followers. We have one of the most engaged with news Instagram accounts in the world. And in December, I win the British Journalism Award for Innovation. Motivations around news are really different across networks, and I don't know if it's the same in Ireland, but definitely in my little London media Twitterati world, journalists tweet for other journalists, and Twitter is the platform that they like. It's very hard to find journalists getting on Instagram, never mind TikTok, but it's where Twitter is the only place that people want news content. Otherwise, on all the other platforms, they want entertainment. And if we know that younger audiences are going less to Twitter and more to Instagram and TikTok, where people want entertainment, people want personalities, they don't want news outlets, how do we as journalists try and fill that space? What I talk about more, obviously there are a lot of brands who may want to go on TikTok, but what I am an example of is more the Max Foster. If you follow him, he's wonderful. Max Foster kind of philosophy of TikTok journalism, in that, yes, I obviously help support my brand, Vice World News. I do TikToks for them. But what can I do as an individual journalist? How can I use TikTok that will also help the news I do for my employer? I have a bunch of different formats that I use. A news explainer is just if I observe something happening in the news that I don't necessarily write an article about, but it's something that I know my audience will be interested in. I make a quick straight-to-camera explainer, and that's how I made the Suez, when the Ever Given ship got stuck in the Suez Canal, I turned it into a sea shanty, and that's what went viral and got played on like Greg James' Radio 1 Breakfast. I made the front page of Egypt's most read newspaper. It was a crazy time. I also do explainers of my articles, and as you can see, sometimes I directly use the screenshot from the Vice piece to try and build a bit of brand attribution. People get to know me as a Vice reporter, and that's been able to bring hundreds and hundreds of thousands of additional views to my journalism. I do a bunch of in situ reporting, so that was me at COP26. I also filmed TikToks when I was recently in Romania, Moldova, covering the Ukrainian refugee crisis. And this is what Vice is getting particularly good at. That is why Vice's following has exploded, because we're getting a lot of our correspondents now used to filing TikToks and used to the kind of the visual grammar and the editing and the look that comes with it, because it's very low production value, TikTok. And people on TikTok love it when they get what feels like behind-the-scenes access, or just like how audiences have always loved on television when there's an unfolding news event, you know, you get the reporter out there. It's exactly the same with TikTok. And then there are also audio trends. I use this format probably the least, but it has paid dividends when I do use it. Being able to do audio trends on TikTok requires you to spend an awful lot of time on TikTok to know what audio is trending at that time. You then need to adapt it to your niche or adapt it to whatever story that you're doing. And it just so happened that there was an audio at this time that made me think, oh yeah, I can adapt this to this climate doom research paper that's recently come out that I'm doing a Vice article on. That got 200,000 views. But this is what I'm really proud of all the TikToks that I make, but what I'm super proud and nerdy about are the amount of exclusive stories I've been able to bring in because of TikTok. Like I said, I was there covering the US election. I was the first person to break that Donald Trump's campaign was covertly using TikTok to gain votes, all the while he was telling people that he was going to ban the app. I was also the first person to break the story that TikTokers were being paid to create anti-Trump content on TikTok, which is banned on there and also calls into question sort of dodgy political ad funding in the US. I found lots of people abusing the TikTok algorithm, including anti-vaxxers, including incels, people supplying laughing gas by using TikTok ads. With the Russia-Ukrainian war, I was also obviously very well placed to look at how TikTok was being used as part of it. I was the first to break the story that Russia was trying to block TikTok, and obviously what would then happen in the next few days is that TikTok said, that's fine, we're just not going to show you TikToks anymore. So I was really pleased to be able to bring all of those in as well. The more important TikTok has become, like the role it took in the US election, like the role it's taken in the war, if you know TikTok well, you're in a very good place to pivot to reporting on it. TikTok is not for everyone. It takes 2 to 3 hours of my day. If you are a reporter who does not have 2 to 3 hours of their day to squeeze it in, it's possibly not for you. If you are very, very, very concerned about privacy in your public life, it's probably not for you. I do now get recognized. But what I would say is if you're thinking of bringing TikTok into the workplace, whether as a brand or whether encouraging individual journalists to do a bit more themselves, like I do, just like they probably already tweet, these are some things to think about. You want to foster a collaborative working culture. You want to give your staff 2022 worthy information security. If they go viral overnight and receive a deluge of abuse, what have you told them about how to protect them? Think about how to protect them from online abuse. Allow for creative freedom. Allow for them to make TikToks that tank. Allow for them to make TikToks that do really well. That's how you figure out what kind of videos work for you. Promote young talent, promote social talent. These are the areas in newsrooms where there are no clear career pathways. Young people are often given jobs in them because older news editors go, hey, you're young, can you do our Instagram for us? Or can you do our TikTok for us? And actually, as skill sets, they're really under-prioritized and under-respected in the newsroom. That's been my experience. Share and promote their work internally, just like you would share and promote linear success. And yes, treat TikTok as seriously as you treat linear broadcast. Linear broadcasting and social broadcasting not only should be as important as each other. If your organization is hemorrhaging younger audiences, why is social broadcasting not getting even more important? So yeah, that's me.
Good, Sophia, thank you very much. And again, if anyone has any questions for Sophia or for Alexandra, you can send them in now. I'm just wondering, is there any questions at the moment that we might start off with in the audience? Does anyone have a question here? Yes, we'll go down the back first. If you'd like to maybe introduce yourself and where you're from.
Ben Moore from the BBC. I just wanted to ask Sophia if she could just expand a little bit on the news gathering. So I'm on TikTok. I sort of keep myself a bit quiet because I'm over 40. But the stuff I get on my feed, I really enjoy it, but it can be a bit silly, and I'm struggling to work out where I get the news from. You know, is it that you spot trends like you did with the Russia stuff? Do you sort of see something and you think, oh, I wonder if that's, you know, paid content? You know, how do you actually gather the news? How do you get those stories?
A lot of it. So even the Russia story that Russia were trying to block TikTok, I didn't find that on TikTok. I found that because I was following the Russia state media regulators Telegram channel, which is all in Russian, a language I don't speak. So how I found that story was just a stroke of luck. When I found the US stories, it was having a new sense that maybe came from spending too much time on there. I literally one day saw someone who had a link in their bio that looked suspicious. It looked like there was tracking data on it. So that's how I found that story. I thought, that looks weird. And then I followed through and I was like, oh, it is weird. It's weird and it's cheeky of Donald Trump. And then other content, I see a video and it's quite clearly promoting something and it doesn't say #ad on it. So you start, it's always, you have a hunch. It's just like with all the other stories that you find. You know, they all begin because you have a hunch and then you verify whether it's true or not. I would say a lot of it is a stroke of luck, but it's a stroke of luck during which, because I spend hours on there a day, and that's how I've found stuff. I think I have to get better known until I become the kind of journalist where like people send me tips. That happens like very rarely, but it does happen sometimes. Really, most of the stories I find are just because I see something online that doesn't quite look right. So there's no easy one, but I need to answer your For You page is showing you silly videos, this critical issue. You have to teach the For You page, the main content feed of TikTok, to serve you informative content. My TikTok For You page does not show me any dancing videos. It does not show me any videos really that aren't kind of news explainers or
people talking about issues in their lives. And that's because that's what I've been watching on the app. And it takes time. You have to train the app to respond to what you're telling it is what you like to watch. And I remember someone saying to me once, like, I only ever get baby videos on there. And I was kind of like, stop watching them. Stop watching the baby videos. You're there watching them and you're probably liking them and you're loving them. And like, you know, if I see like puppy videos, I'm not there being like, I can't look at this because I need to keep my For You page, you know, sacrosanct and clear of puppy videos. But it's just about trying to train the algorithm to give you more journalistic content, should we say.
Hey, I'd like to talk a little bit about news avoidance. So I think you had this in your paper as well, and that there's a tendency for young people to avoid news more than older people. And research is done, so I can't argue with it, I suppose. But is it that young people are not so much avoiding news, but they're avoiding news as it is presented to them currently by public service broadcasters, that they're not being presented news on topics that they're interested in on a platform that they're on in a format that's relevant to them and that in a kind of content that they want to be consuming? If we had more tailored news stories, do you think news avoidance would be less among young people?
It's not only about the stories as such, it's about the way they are presented, and it's about the way where they are. Are they on the platforms that young people really use? I think the idea of journalism, and I spent 3 decades in old-style journalism, is that, you know, people better come to your platform, but that's not the case with young people. They've so many things to do in life, so they have to really stumble into news, and, you know, with the algorithmic choices that we have these days, where it really is a coincidence sometimes. And as you said, I mean, it's really a bigger issue with younger people, news avoidance. There's a big German study, Use the News, is it called, that says that actually every second young person is consciously also avoiding the news because it's, you know, there's nothing in there for them. It's too boring. Maybe it's too complicated. Not enough explainers. This is really really important with young people. So it is really a serious problem if we don't stop it, really.
So for broadcasters, should, you know, if anyone here is trying to focus more on Gen Z and doing news stories for younger generations, should they be focusing on the same type of news stories, or should you have separate news stories that are focusing on Gen Z and younger generations?
I think it's not only that we have to change what we offer, and I say we intentionally because of young people. It's also that, as I presented to you, many types of news stories are just not as relevant to any audience. Audiences feel only every 4th person surveyed in the digital news report said, you know, the stories the media picks are relevant to us. But older people have a lot more patience to go through these things that are not that relevant to them. The finding that comes from the Norwegian public broadcaster NRK, they said they've tried a lot of new formats, and actually what's good with young people also is more attractive for a broader audience, a more inclusiveness in the news, for example. So that is really to increase your overall audience. It doesn't really hurt to be more explanatory, more entertaining, and go to the platforms where people are.
And Sophia, say, like, I'm sure you look at the stats for your different TikToks. Which ones work best? What are the news stories or the stories that young people on TikTok, on your TikTok page, are most interested in?
I went viral twice this week, which doesn't normally happen, but and they were just, I've been really, really busy with non-TikTok journalism this week, including, you know, I'm here this morning. I'm probably not going to make a TikTok today. And so I've been making very quick reactive things to stuff I've seen. I have over 1 million views for a really quick TikTok about how many mass shootings there have been in the US since the beginning of 2022 alone. Obviously, you know which news story that's connected to. That did well, not only because the fact is so mind-boggling that it's real, but it was a quick reaction. It was a quick reaction to what had happened. I think the story sort of broke quite late UK time, and in the morning I'd made the TikTok, so it was quite a quick turnaround.
And isn't that it? Like, especially with young people, you know, they're saturated. There's so many platforms that they can go to. So if your broadcaster isn't there breaking that news story straight away, they're going to get that information from somewhere else. So you need to be there straight away and on the ball, I suppose.
Yeah, and a big part of me getting onto TikTok was because I felt that once I had been on there a bit and you start to observe things about the platform and the fact that it was so undersaturated with journalists compared to a platform like Twitter, which is oversaturated, I feel like there is a news need in going on there. There is often misinformation, for example, that's on there that needs addressing and debunking. And sometimes I won't make a video about that, but if I watch a video where there's misinformation, I'll comment something. If I feel like I can speak with authority on it, I'll go in there in the comments and I'll be like, not sure this is true. I had to do that a lot when the Russian war began. Something that you said about people not seeing news as relevant to them, it's really frustrating because a lot of news, it's not only relevant, like there is an existential need for young people to know about the world around them and be able to make informed choices about the world around them. And they may be news avoidant, but they are unwittingly consuming news because there are content creators and people sharing infotainment and edutainment, maybe would be good phrases, on TikTok, that they believe they're news avoidant, but they are actually consuming quite a lot of information about the world that's been packaged to them in such an engaging and informative way they don't know it's news. And that's what I try to do. It's almost tricking people into consuming news that they don't even realise is news. And in order to do that, you have to not really appear too much as a journalist. You have to, instead of emulating journalists on TV, you have to emulate like the biggest YouTubers and the biggest TikTokers in order to channel that.
You mentioned as well, so I suppose we're looking for solutions today, but you mentioned that you've worked in newsrooms before or with broadcasters and you haven't always been doing the right thing. What were you talking about?
Yeah,
so what doesn't work?
I spent my life in print journalism, really, so I'm really old here. No, the thing is that the mistakes we made back then, lots of mistakes, really is, you know, this thing like leaning back and say, oh, now let's do something on young people. Let's write about YouTube or whatever, you know, or write about Facebook, that was back then. And it's like, hey, you know, young people get the information on the stuff that's for young people. They get from elsewhere. Really, the important job for news media is really to get the news content presented in a way that is entertaining, informative, and explanatory. What young people are really looking for in traditional brands is they want to be educated and informed. They don't want to, you know, get all this stuff about whatever the music that they're music bands that they're interested in, or DJs or whatever. They have other sources where they can consume that, but they really want to get explained about whatever, Ukraine war, or how does a COVID vaccine work? So this is really relevant for young people, and you need to do it the right way.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine started working with a radio station in England in the last couple of weeks, 3 weeks he's there now, and he's focusing on news bulletins for young people. So I was naturally onto him this week to see if he had any ideas that I could pass off as my own. No, I'm joking. But one thing he did say, he said, don't dumb down, but also don't assume knowledge. And you touched on that as well. So anybody, no matter what age they are, they don't want to be spoken to as if they don't understand a topic. But if you're speaking to people who are 15, 16, 17, they might not understand all the terminology. So there are kind of clever ways that you can explain and make sure people are up to date and know what you're talking about. We have a question here.
Yeah, we spent, Joe Reddington from North RTE and TG Car. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about two topics. One, public service media and trust in our building trust and keeping trust in our audiences. And then we had a really good discussion about the importance of local news and engaging all the audiences in the democratic process, because that's, you know, we are a very important part of supporting our democracies. So the question then is, how do we do that, for example, on TikTok? How do we bring our public service values, which is very worthy and very earnest values, to TikTok? And there was a question yesterday that how would you do a political story in 45 seconds on TikTok, for example? So I'd be curious if there's any examples that you can maybe point us to of stuff that you've done that's political, about the political system, about the political story of the day, but it's in that format.
I don't think the premise is any different if you were doing a radio package and you had to explain it. How many of us have cut radio packages or TV packages that are ridiculously short amount of time, and we're there as journalists like, 5 seconds more, and I'd be able to put this one sentence in that is a really useful clause that would explain it all very simply. That for me, and this is still the case, I observed it 2.5 years ago when I joined TikTok. You know, when I talked about how, wow, no one followed me, and in one day I got 2,000 followers and all these views. This keeps happening to people every day. We're going through a bit of a moment in the social media ecosystem that perhaps in the early days of YouTube was possibly one of the last times this happened. There is no app more democratic than TikTok right now, because you can be a complete nobody. You can feel like the most disenfranchised person in the world. You can feel like no one is listening to you. And if you've got any sense of like the visual grammar, like I described of TikTok, and you think, this is how a lot of TikToks start, so you sort of emulate other viral TikToks that you've seen, and you talk about something happening in your life, that it could be a situation you want to celebrate, it could be success, it could be something that you're at your wit's end over. So you could be suffering, and that TikTok, no one follows you, and you can get 1 million views, and you can actually get action can come out of it. See it all the time. I even saw it with someone had someone like massively like digging into their back garden. It was like the council trying to build a rail station, and they hadn't warned the resident, and the resident just had this massive hole in the back of their garden, and they'd got nowhere with the local council, and then they make a TikTok about it, and suddenly, oh, they get a visit that day, because the local council suddenly realized they were dealing with a sort of significant PR issue here. For local news, it can really have a tremendous role. What the news organisation doesn't have and needs to look for are the powerful stories, which is what local news is long used to doing, connecting with people in the area and working out where the stories are, what's a powerful story. And then what you bring in as the news organisation is the expertise on how to make something viral. Have you, however, hired social journalists that know how to make something viral? That might end up being the bigger obstacle than the actual story.
And that kind of leads on to my next question, like hiring the right staff and having people who are trained in. So say if anyone here goes into their office on Monday and sits down and says, right, we need to focus more and engage more with Gen Z, where do they start? Because I know when you click onto TikTok, if you're not familiar with TikTok, it's probably the scariest social media platform to click into when you don't know what's happening, because it just takes time to figure it out. But Sophia, like TikTok, Instagram, all of the platforms, if someone was kind of starting out, you know, hoping to engage more with Gen Z, what would you recommend for them to do at the beginning?
You have to hire digital talent.
Yeah. And
you also, with the current talent that you have, you can't expect them to do all this legwork in their own time. That was me. I was doing all of this TikToking in my own time at the BBC. I'd been told by the BBC that I wasn't allowed to put my journalism on TikTok. You know, I faced a lot of obstacles when I was there, and I was just quite insistent that if other journalists at the network were allowed to put their stuff on TikTok, why not me? So I basically just kept doing it. But it started to become exhausting, having to do it all in my own time. Hours after work, during my lunch break, even before work sometimes. You have to give your journalists the space to dedicate some time to this in their working day. And if it's already a super busy working day, it's quite hard, you know. I think if I was a manager, I'd think, how am I going to actually give you the time to work on this new skill set that you want to develop? But that's what I'd really recommend, because if you don't, your journalist is going to get major burnout.
And you need someone who's interested in it, definitely, and who...
Yeah, I think if you're not, well...
If you don't want to be creating TikToks...
If you don't want to make TikToks, like, you don't have to. I'm sure there's something else you're doing that's really wonderful. Like, I am really not one of these... I really don't want to be the kind of journalist or person that says, everyone needs to get on TikTok. Not at all. It's more... if you think there is an existential crisis in which your news organisation is not reaching young people, you don't have to get on TikTok, but I think someone there does.
Someone needs to. Alexandra, how would you talked about, the importance of, if you've staff to train them up, and maybe it's not enough for young people these days to be just doing one job, you need to keep them engaged. So how would you go about recruiting young journalists and then retaining them, I suppose?
I think it's very important to give them their freedom to explore, to experiment, but also to give clear guidance, a strategy, a vision. So you need both. You need to let them loose, but still give them this feeling that they are respected, they are valued, and you have a clear idea where you want to be. And I think it shouldn't be just about a TikTok and about one platform, because another platform could emerge tomorrow. So it's really important to have young people also who watch. Where are my peers and what's going on there, and then to test, is it really worth for us going to that particular platform? Is it possible with our values? Because this is important. We have a case study on the social media strategy of Tagesschau, which is the major German news broadcaster. They were on TikTok quite early, and they test all the time. Does it make sense for our values? Should we be there? What should we do there, and what should we not do there? And this is a very important thing also. Stop doing what you feel isn't working, and just not engaging with what doesn't reflect your values.
Yeah, no, I'm aware our time is nearly
You're
up.
okay. We have a few more questions.
We
do. Joe Reddington touched on it there. I think there was, at the digital transformation discussion yesterday, people did feel that it was very hard to tell a proper, serious political news story in 40 seconds. And there seemed to be a bit of a consensus that that's a very difficult thing to do, which I know, Sophia, obviously you 100% don't agree with. And the question here is, how do you convince editors that TikTok and Instagram are as important as linear broadcasting? Now, you obviously did not convince them in the BBC when you worked there.
I think I had a long-term impact and influence that did not realise itself when I was there. And while I didn't convince the massive ship, the massive machine, I did in my time convince a number of news editors to commission stories that I wanted to do in the area. So what ended up happening is that I would source out individual editors who did really care about younger audiences, who were curious about this app that was sort of making a difference in the way that other apps had kind of sort of slowed down in doing so or weren't doing so anymore. The data, this is what I take this attitude even if I have a news story that I'm trying to pitch my boss, that's got nothing to do with TikTok. But you try and demonstrate how it's not just me that thinks this. This is the data. One of the graphs that I had up was from the Reuters digital news report. There is so much data that is demonstrating how younger audiences are going more towards video platforms, especially vertical video platforms. We know by how much YouTube and Facebook and Meta are trying to copy TikTok. That is also in sort of putting out shorts and putting out reels. That TikTok has become so influential in the direction in which social media is going that other platforms are wanting to copy it. Like, it's not even just news audiences anymore, it's the platforms that are shifting. And so that's how I've done it. And then what happened was I basically looked for a role somewhere which did prioritize the kind of social media-centered news journalism and reporting that I wanted to do. And I don't have to face any of these obstacles or barriers where I work now. And as a result, my following's exploded. And as a result, I've been able to deliver a far higher number of exclusives and original news reporting.
You planted the seed in the BBC.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I would like to
ask them.
I would like to add something. I think we all journalists, we should be able to all do long, very long and short. I mean, we can do headlines after all. So what's shorter than that? And we could also do documentaries. And with young people, and we haven't talked about this at all because the focus is much on social media, but young people, for example, listen to podcasts, and they listen to podcasts that are 45 minutes. So actually young people are not necessarily only on these snaps. But as a journalist, I should be able to capture things in a headline, do a 45-minute thing, do a huge investigation. So it's, I think it's so important to just think about the audience, the platform, and then you have to just adapt your content to where you want to put it.
In a radio news bulletin, I'm sure you can find that different stories are given about 45 seconds of airtime.
Yeah,
So,
I think it used to be around 1:20, but I'd say it's probably still around that for your regular news bulletin.
I guess it depends on the station,
no, but
doesn't it?
on like 8 o'clock in the morning, you'll hear like 5 minutes of news and sport. As they rush through each news story, it's probably about 45 seconds per story.
Yeah. Sophia, there's another question. Is there a danger that TikTok journalism will lead young budding journalists to narcissistically believe they themselves are the story?
I think that news media, and when you're a young journalist wanting to get into journalism, you're always going to have the people who are like desperate to be on air, and you're always going to have the people who like want to do good stories. Ultimately, I don't know. I don't really know what to think about that. I also think that's quite a condescending question of young people and young journalists, I would say. Does anyone agree with me? Did anyone think that when they heard that question? Yeah. And this was actually one of the battles that I dealt with when I was at the BBC, an assumption that I was doing this because I was narcissistic and not because I wanted to reach young people, or because I cared that my journalism would reach young people. Yeah. Sorry to whoever asked that, but that's what I think.
It's anonymous, we'll never know.
This could be for both of you. Any reflections on the fact that we are feeding a Chinese app with lots of private information, and by publishing content there, also telling our audience that TikTok is okay?
So, I think it's so compelling. When TikTok first came on the scene, people were asking this question a lot. There have been numerous reports, by the way, from like the CIA and numerous security forces that have basically said it's fine, nothing to worry about, and that's why we now have lots of governments with presences on there. But people are asking these questions about TikTok and China, and it's like, oh yeah, because Facebook are really squeaky clean, aren't they? That's really squeaky clean. And oh yeah, your news outlet is investing a lot of resources into Facebook. Some of your news outlets are taking money from Facebook. And I just think that you cannot be asking if you're asking one question, you have to ask the other. I think it's healthy to ask both questions. But ultimately, a lot of these original security concerns, which were rightly held about TikTok, were kind of found by sort of national security forces, both in Europe and in North America, to kind of be okay.
Do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a vital question. What should we do about our own platforms, or what should you do about your platforms, and what should you do about third-party platforms? And obviously, it should be a major goal and strategy also to draw people to your own platforms. And there are those among you who are doing a really great job. But then you have to sort of really dig into the habits of the audience, the user habits, the needs of the audience, and don't assume that they'll just come to you because you are this, famous public service broadcaster. And I think that's a reality we have to face. So ideally, obviously, you have content that you can show for, but you can't avoid using the platforms that the people you want to reach are on.
Okay, I think we might, unless anyone's absolutely dying to ask a question. Yes? Okay, the very, very last question down the back, and then we will call it a day for now. We could go on for hours about this. Kerstin and I'll take one more question.
Okay, so in my newsroom, we are striving to reach out to the 20s to 40 years old. And from my perspective, TikTok has a bit younger, they applying for a younger audience. So what do you know about your followers, about their age?
Oh, yeah. TikTok analytics don't show me age, but my Instagram does. And I know a lot of my Instagram followers have come from my TikTok, not all of them. I have about 19,000 Instagram followers, which isn't loads. But again, if you compare me to my peer group and other journalists my age in London, I still have, I have probably one of the highest amounts. And I do just want to clarify, you said something earlier that made me think I need to say this, but just because I started innovating on TikTok didn't mean I stopped trying to innovate or do good content on Twitter and Instagram. And if in the next 6 months another app appears in which we see another demographic shift of a different audience, whether it is under 25s or whether it's a new app that for whatever random reason the 30 to 40 year age group is fascinated by, I will pivot attention to look at that. I think there may come a point in my life where I can't keep pivoting anymore and I need to focus on other things, but that is my look. I think I always have to pivot and innovate and follow. I know from my personal Instagram that the majority of my following is basically my age, but that I have a lot of people young. So this is my last week of being 27 years old, and I know that a lot of my following, I can't remember what the Instagram division is, but whatever one I'm in, it might be 24 to 30 or something like that. That's where most of my followers are. And then I have a significant number just under, and just under again, and then I have a bit more. And then once you get past, I don't know, 50, it massively flatlines. They don't know where I am.
The very last question from the floor. Do you or Vice, it's for Sophia again, do you or Vice have any official cooperation dialogue with TikTok, or are you just using a regular account?
So prior to joining, I'll answer the two, there are two different answers here. So prior to joining Vice, and when I got big on TikTok, TikTok I would say is the platform where I've had most human-to-human interaction. And very early on, I got approached by someone at TikTok saying, hello, I'm a creator manager, and I can be your person. If you ever have an issue on the platform, I'm your go-to now. And that is very useful if you have a video suddenly taken down that you think has happened unfairly. That's only actually happened once to me in a long time. But I now have a point person who I can say, what's happened? Or stuff like that. So I have a person I can contact if I need to. News brands like Vice will all have someone, they're not in the same team. So I have like a creator manager, but Vice will have someone who's in their news partnerships team. But it's the same relationship. It's a go-to person. They probably have like their WhatsApp number. I don't know, but I have my person's WhatsApp number, and you can go to them and ask a quick question. And that's been a good relationship to have, really.
I think I'm being told a big timeout sign at the side, so I think we're going to have to leave it at that. I know we could go on for hours and hours because it's such an interesting topic, but I'm going to have to leave it there. So can we give a big round of applause to Alexandra and Sophia? And we'll take 2 minutes, and then we'll be back with Blind Boy Bow Club. Can we all give applause? Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, okay, to our next guest. Very excited to speak to our next guest. For those of you who don't know, he is a musician, an author, a TV presenter. He has one of the biggest podcasts in Ireland. Can we please give a big warm welcome to Blind Boy Boat Club? Hello. Now, you have...
Hello, everybody.
You've been on tour around Europe. You've sold out podcast shows in Australia. Thousands of people show up when you speak at festivals. Your podcasts spend an awful lot of time at the top of the charts. You've a huge following, not only in Ireland, but around the world as well. This is really just pages of compliments on your achievements.
I'm just back from Barcelona and Madrid doing gigs.
But I suppose one of the most important things at the moment, for today anyway, is that you have somehow managed to engage with young people in a way that a lot of people in this room would be very envious of. How do you do it?
One thing I will say, right, so I've been doing this, like I'm in my 30s now, and I've been doing it since I was 16. And the technology changes. Like, you thinking about terms of young audiences, or saying things like millennials or Gen Z, nothing really changes. The technology changes, the way that people consume changes. Storytelling is the key. So if whatever you're making, you're adhering to decent storytelling, then that's going to be engaging. So the important, if I know this is for public broadcasters. For public broadcasters, whatever content you're making, make sure that the person who's creating it has creative control effectively. The person who's most passionate about this project, they have creative control, and the only assistance they should need really is in the skill of storytelling. Because storytelling is something that some people have naturally, but it's also something you can learn. And a story, for me, in its most basic sense, is set up conflict resolution. If you have that, like every podcast that I do a podcast each week. It's usually a 1 hour monologue.
Can you give us some of the stats of your podcast? Because this is incredibly impressive.
I get on average, about 1 million listeners a month, globally.
And when we think of podcasts now, we know that young people love to listen to podcasts. Yeah. But Johnny Next Door and everyone's granny has a podcast at this stage. So what makes your podcast work? Why do you have those listeners?
I think it's storytelling. So here's my rule when I make a podcast. Do I legitimately, genuinely care about this thing? Whatever it is I'm doing each week, it needs to be something I deeply, genuinely care about. And can I communicate this idea using storytelling? So my podcast is generally, it's a 1 hour monologue. And the reason I think people listen to me is, so we're competing for attention now in a way that it wasn't even like this 10 years ago. Like 10 years ago, I started off with viral videos on YouTube. That doesn't even exist anymore. The concept of a viral video doesn't exist anymore. What I was competing for was, I'm going to make a video and I have to wait until people come home from work at 5 o'clock or before they go to work or school, and they open up their laptop, and then they're going to look at this video and maybe share it on Facebook. That's changed completely now. There's quite a lot of things to compete with for attention. And I think why podcasts are working is, if you think it will say your Instagram feed or your TikTok feed or your Twitter feed, it's intensely overwhelming, right? There's an algorithm at play, but it's like, one thing I always think about with social media companies, they use a phrase called high arousal emotions. So the social media companies, the algorithm is driven by these high arousal emotions. So high arousal emotion is something that arouses an action. So can we get people to like this, to comment, or to share? And the emotions that tend to do this are anger and fear. Happiness, it'll make you laugh, and happiness and laughter can make you share, but the easiest way to get a share is through fear or anger. So now our timelines contain quite a huge amount of fear and anger. I can be scrolling and it's like, oh, brilliant, there's my friend's dog, looks gorgeous, fantastic. Then it's some horrendous news about what's happening in Ukraine. Then it's another image of a lovely cat. And then it's a horrendous video that I don't want to see. And then it's two adults having an argument about chips. Do you know what I mean? And all of that information is quite a lot within the space of a 10-minute scroll. And the only mindful release that we kind of get from that is a podcast. When you have a podcast and you put those earphones in, you tend not to do anything else. If you're truly listening to it, you just have them in and you're looking around and it's quite private. And people can breathe and relax with a podcast. And what I do specifically with my podcast is I have a thing called the podcast hug. And the podcast hug for me is that wonderful feeling of mindfulness and kind of parasocial company, the sense that the podcaster is your friend that you're listening to. And I try and give people an hour of that each week and they return to it, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think what works for you, like I would have grown up knowing you. I was a teenager when I first became aware of you as one half of a duo who released this mad song that everyone went mad for. But then you became, I suppose, a spokesperson and a kind of a voice of reason and someone who spoke very honestly and very openly about topics that really affected young people, whether it's anxiety or mental health or the cost of living. This is really just 15 minutes of me giving you compliments, isn't it? But you, I guess you, in a world of very serious conversation, you bring a bit of humor too.
Yeah.
Which is very important. So when you're thinking of Gen Z and younger audiences, what is the type of content that public service broadcasters should be focusing on creating for those young audiences?
So I don't think the answer really is the type of content. What public service broadcasting needs to do, in my opinion, because the thing is, I've also worked with, I've worked with BBC, RTE, lots of public service broadcasters, but then at the same time I do this independent stuff where I produce things myself. And one problem I find is I can't make what I want to make with a public service broadcaster. It becomes incredibly difficult. If I approach any public service broadcaster with an initial idea, what happens is there's so much parts of that process, whether it be through commissioning editors or script editors. By the end of it, I'm not left with what I started with. Yeah. And the end product is often something where I'm like, I don't believe in this anymore. Whereas with my podcast, there's no interference. I know what I want to make. I make this thing entirely and the passion never disappears.
So do you think in certain situations should broadcasters give more leeway to young presenters or young producers?
If they're identifying people online who are doing well, and the logical step is, Jesus, you're doing very well online, you're getting a lot of views, people are interested in your content, we want to now give you a platform on a public service broadcaster. Don't fuck with it. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that.
And you see that a lot in, say, the music industry, where like a singer will be signed to a record label, then all of a sudden their next album is a totally different
Completely
sound,
different.
and it doesn't work.
And to me, it never makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I used to have arguments with commissioners saying, you've literally hired me because of what I'm doing online, and you've said to me, come and do what you're doing online, but do it for us here on a different platform. It's like, why are you trying to change it so much that it's no longer me and it's about... Like, I always use this example. If I went to... I'll use RTE as an example. I'm not calling out RTE. But if I went to RTE and I said to them, I want to make a documentary about zebras. I really care about zebras this month. I'd go to RTE and they'd go, great, we're going to make a documentary about zebras. Then I'll get a call and the call will be, it needs to be co-presented with Brian McFadden, who used to be in Westlife. So then I'm like, all right, fair enough. All right, I'm making a documentary now.
Maybe he loves zebras too.
He probably doesn't, though. I don't think he does. So
probably not.
So now I'm making a documentary with Brian McFadden about zebras, and I'm all right with that. I'm like, I can make that work. Then I get another call after I've signed off, and it's like, yeah, we like the zebras bit. We really love the Brian McFadden bit, right? But we kind of want to have celebrities dancing as well. So I go, all right, okay, it's a documentary about zebras and celebrities are dancing in it and Brian McFadden is hosting it with me. I can make that work. And then by the end of it, we're going to have to take out the zebras. So now I'm just fucking making Dancing with the Stars. Do you know what I mean?
That's a show we want to see.
But that's kind of the process sometimes.
Yeah.
So by the end of it, it's like, what the fuck am I doing? I've already signed up for this. I don't want to make this. And then lo and behold, it's a pile of shit.
So basically, I wanted to ask you as well about like recruiting new talent, be it for, you know, TV programs or for journalism, how you should go about that. But I suppose if you find someone online who's doing what they do well, and obviously people are listening and watching, don't change it.
Don't change it, but also like my journey, right? So I was picked off the internet, and then I got my first ever gig in public service broadcasting with a program called Republic of Telly that was on RT2. And I actually wrote my first ever script just out there in that foyer 12 years ago, because I was gigging here. But
that deserves at least a free dinner.
Free dinner from the Galmont, please. But what was wonderful about that opportunity is Republic of Telly didn't try and change what I was doing.
Yeah.
What they did instead is they offered me skills that I couldn't find online. So what I got was, don't change your comedy. However, how do we make the comedy that you're doing work for TV?
Yeah.
So I learned skills such as script writing. I all of a sudden went from someone who was filming my own stuff to being around a camera crew. That was huge, not only for experience, but for my own confidence. Because once you're there and there's a sound person there, a camera person there, you're like, wow, I'm properly professional now, and it helps with the old imposter syndrome. But that, Republic of Telly didn't change me. They said, do your thing, but we're going to facilitate you with new skills so that your thing is more polished for us.
And it works on whatever platform.
And it worked.
Yeah.
And then that went onto YouTube. Horse Outside actually came out of that. Horse Outside got 2 million views in the first week, which no one had done really in Ireland at that time in 2010. That didn't happen.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to stop you when you mention Horse Outside. If anyone has any questions, please send them in on Slido. We'll do a Q&A just in a couple of minutes. We had a gala dinner here last night, and we were talking about you because I knew I'd be chatting to you today. And I think in Ireland, we know you so well and you're so well recognised that we don't even question the plastic bag or your name, and we know what Horse Outside is. But we have people from all over the place here.
There could be Italians watching.
So can you firstly explain the plastic bag?
The plastic bag started off for me as just a joke. Do you know what I mean? And then I kept it.
And then 10 years later.
10 years later.
Here we are.
But there's more to it than that. I'll tell you another reason too. Because I work mostly independently, I'm aware that like the internet is very precarious and my career could end tomorrow. You know what I mean? Someone could change an algorithm. Someone could, like most of my podcasts could disappear. You know, we've seen this thing happen before. If you think of like 2015, one thing that was huge were like media sites. In Ireland, we had like Joe.ie, there was the Daily Edge. We had all these, BuzzFeed was one that was around the world. That relied upon Facebook. So you had this whole platform that was like, we're going to release these articles and Facebook's going to show them to everybody. Then in 2017, that ended. Facebook changed their algorithm and companies went out of business. So I'm always aware that right now my career is podcasting. Tomorrow it could end. And because of that, I'm aware that I might have to just go and get a job in a hotel or something if this ends. So I don't want people kind of knowing who I am. The other thing too is I'm a very passionate creator. I love making things. But a consequence of that is you then get notoriety. And I've got social anxiety. I want to go to Aldi and buy carrots and not have people know who I am.
You're singing Horse Outside.
And singing Horse Outside at me when I'm trying to buy carrots.
Which was their song
that was a song that went viral back when viral videos were a thing.
If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's a great song. Your podcast obviously is on one of the top on my list, but things that resonate well with young people at the moment. What do you think is working, either in Ireland or abroad? TV shows, podcasts. What are young people listening to and watching to? What's working?
What people seek is authenticity. So, like, a lot of young people to be getting their news from TikTok, we'll say. And a TikTok creator will look at the news or read the news and then deliver this in a TikTok video in their own voice and make it engaging. So, I mean, I don't, it's, TV needs to change the language of how television is made. Like, I'm going to stick with it. Storytelling is always storytelling, and storytelling will always be how content is made. That, if I was here 100 years ago, I'd say the same thing.
Just needs to adapt to the platform that's popular at the time.
If the story is being told well by a person who is emotionally congruent, which means that what they're feeling inside is what's coming out of their mouth, that's another problem with TV. You'll have someone presenting a TV show and they don't give a roaring fuck about what it is they're presenting. And we as human beings can tell that.
Yeah.
Humans know when someone cares about what they're doing.
So we'll know if Brian McFadden likes zebras or not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I need to speak to him about zebras, but I don't think he would give a convincing zebra documentary. But it's about authenticity and passion. And online creators, they don't make content about stuff they don't care about. They haven't been given a call to say, next week you're doing a documentary about zebras.
Yeah.
They would, if they don't want to speak about zebras, they won't.
Yeah, and the audience can tell, you're right. And I suppose with...
Completely.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions here from the audience at the moment? Yeah, we'll bring a mic down here. And even the topics that you discussed in your podcast, I was listening to one the other day about the anatomy of Irish weddings.
Yes.
He was talking about the lunatic table, which is the table at the end of the wedding, it's at the back of the hall.
Well, it's something I noticed with Irish weddings. Like, that's an example of something now that
I love that, but that's what people want to hear about.
Yeah,
like, everyone relates to that and everyone knows about it and they just hadn't thought about it in the same way.
When you're at an Irish wedding and the people who are deciding where everybody sits, at the end of it, you end up with a group of misfits going, I can't put this person sitting beside my Auntie Nora, I can't put that person. And I always end up finding myself at what I'd call the lunatic table, which is...
With the bag or no bag?
No bag.
No bag, okay.
But I'm just sitting there going, oh, this fella beside me has a ferret. Why the fuck is there a ferret at a wedding? You know? So...
but it's the best table to be at, really, though.
Yeah, it is good crack.
We have a question here.
Hi, my name is Eleanor McSherry. I'm with UCC, but I'm from Limerick City.
How are you?
I am an advocate in disability and diversity and neurodiversity. And we've just started a course to teach the screen industry about what neurodiversity is. Now, I know you know what it is because you just recently, as we say, in disability came out as somebody who is neurodiverse. And interesting enough, earlier they were talking about that there's not enough diversity, but I think there is even less neurodiversity. But we have people like yourself, like Stephanie Preisner, like... Henry Winkler, like Anthony Hopkins, like...
Henry Winkler is
yeah, he's dyslexic.
I didn't, okay.
That's what neurodiversity. Neurodiversity covers
dyspraxia,
mental
dyslexia, yeah.
ADHD, mental health issues, but we have people working in the industry, especially in public broadcasting, who cannot say in their office, I have a mental health issue, I have depression, I'm autistic, especially autistic, because people see people who have autism, not like yourself, as articulate, as well able. Do you think that we need to push that? Because if we don't see it on the television, we see it around us in society, but we don't see it on the television, people like you.
Absolutely. So I've recently been diagnosed as autistic, and I'm in my 30s. Now, for me, it's just I've been given a new word to describe how I've been my whole life. And my podcast, in a way, that's me using my neurodiversity to my advantage. So neurodiversity, if you don't know, it's estimated that it's 40% of the population, right, which is a lot. 40% is a huge amount of people. And that encompasses dyslexia, dyspraxia, ADHD, autism, and it's this spectrum of different brains. And society is designed for one type of brain. Society has decided, oh, there's one type of brain and this is normal, and everyone outside of that can go fuck themselves, really. And this was my experience at school, because I'm someone who's very passionate and interested in ideas and creative, and I care about learning, but I failed my Leaving Cert, because in school, my curiosity was seen as disruptive and I was called bold. And because I was a child, and the thing with being a kid, if an adult tells you that you're bold or you're wrong or disruptive, you believe it when you're a child. So then I internalize that as an adult. So as an adult, I have to do quite a lot of mindfulness and self-awareness to tell myself that, no, I'm not bold, I'm not disruptive, I just have a different brain. And my podcast is an example of me exploring my autism in a way that I adore. So with my autism, like one reason I get thrown at the lunatic table at the weddings is I can have a tendency to care about ideas a little bit too much, do you know? I will speak about something a lot in a way that people who we call neurotypical will go, why the fuck is he talking about zebras this much? Do you know what I mean? But with my podcast, I have a 1 hour space to truly explore my passions week by week and to speak about them without limits and without needing to... Like if I was on public service broadcast and someone will come in and say, we need to edit this quickly, we don't need this monologue, you're talking about zebras too much, we need Brian McFadden. You know what I mean?
I love how much airtime Brian McFadden's getting today. But you actually, when we were chatting yesterday, you mentioned something that was quite interesting, and I think in TV and radio, we have a tendency to cut things down to absolutely short as possible. You don't think that young people necessarily need to have everything edited down to the last second?
So here's an example of something. Yeah, we spoke about this. So I'll speak about mental health frequently on my podcast. I might dedicate an entire episode, 1 hour, just to the emotion of anger alone or the emotion of jealousy. And because the other thing too is I trained as a psychotherapist 10 years ago. This is what I thought I was going to be, and then I put a bag on my head instead. So I have a grounding in therapy. I never fully qualified in it, but I have enough knowledge of it to know when to stop, when I'm being irresponsible and when I can speak responsibly about mental health. So I'll speak about mental health in detail on my podcast, but then I'm often invited onto broadcasters to speak about mental health. And what happens is they go, here's 15 minutes to speak about something very, very complex. And what it does is it reduces all conversations to sound bites, like be kind and things like that. And then the audience don't engage with it because I haven't had space to be passionate and to speak about something with nuance and depth. So that's one thing that public service broadcasters could do is forget about the rules from the 1990s or the 1980s where you're competing for attention and be okay with sitting back and saying, maybe we can have something that's practically unedited for 1 hour. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can look at the fact that people now are perfectly comfortable listening to a podcast that's 3 hours long with no edits, and they're choosing this that was made for 50 quid. They're choosing this instead of a TV show that cost 200,000 to make that has lots of edits.
Yeah.
You know, learn from that, because a lot of the ideas from podcasting or YouTube that I bring to a public service broadcaster, it scares the living shit out of them. It's really frightening to say, chill out. It doesn't need to be this big. It doesn't need to have this many people involved. Let the creator, who is the expert of it, lead it this way, and then you just assist it, but don't try and change it.
Yeah. After that conversation, I hate to look to the clock
I know,
here.
yeah.
Just ignore this here. I won't go too far over though, because I know I did last time.
Can we do other questions?
But we'll go to, yes, Sophia.
How are you, Sophia?
Oh. Hi, I'm a journalist and TikTok creator. You mentioned like the TV program, say arbitrary 200K. If someone gave you 200K right now to invest in your storytelling, how would you spend it? Is there a particular platform you would like focus on, or particular style? Like, how would you use it?
If I got that amount of money to make my podcast, I wouldn't change much. It would just spread it out over a longer amount of time. I mean, the obvious thing with a budget like that is the only thing that could improve my podcast would be the opportunity to travel. So I'd do something like a travel podcast, probably. Like there's a lot of YouTube creators now, and their creation is travel creation, and people engage with that. And the parasocial relationship of feeling like you're on holidays but someone else is bringing you through it. So I'd probably do something like that. I don't think I need 200K for my podcast. Like, the only thing I've invested in my podcast is maybe $5,000 in total, including equipment. And with that, I can get more listeners than the Late Late Show has viewers.
But you wouldn't be considering moving on to another platform at the moment. You feel like podcasting is working for you, so... there's no need for you maybe to
There's
move
no
anywhere else
need.
at the
Sometimes
moment?
I've thought about video, but there's an intimacy to just the human voice, and that's what podcasting is about. With a podcast, you get the feeling of, you know when you lose yourself in a book? It's that, but it's the human voice. And right now, that seems to be working. I don't know when podcasts are going to end. I think the future of media is going to be in self-driving cars. I know that sounds a bit mad, but I think in the next 15 years, people are going to start getting self-driving cars. The car will drive them to work, and a new media space is going to open up on the dashboard. And I think that's what the future is going to be.
No more Honda Civics or horses?
No.
No.
Although I'd like an iPad on the back of a horse's
anyone
neck.
laughed. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, Ansha, we go here.
My name's Kenny. I work with Ordon in Galway.
How are you, Kenny?
Is there a danger that, say, content creators like yourself or people who are on TikTok, that they're making stuff which is relevant and current, and by the time it gets to say, a national broadcaster, could be a year and a half, 2 years, and by that stage, they've lost the trend, or it's not cool anymore.
100%.
And it does take too long to get into the broadcasters.
So that's a great question. So that's also a limitation of public broadcasting. So I made a documentary with BBC in 2019 called Blind By Destroys the World. And we looked at, it was a fairly big budget. It was about 400K. It was 3 episodes. I had a team of investigative journalists working on it over about 2 years. And one of the issues we had was, I wanted to speak about current events. Like I did a documentary about the state of housing, the state of work for young people. And by the time it had actually ended up going out, which was 2 years after we started it, some of the ideas, it's not that they were stale, but that the world had progressed too much in that time. So all of this money had been invested in something. We made something we're really happy with, but something that was supposed to be current and relevant was now not current and relevant by the time it came out because of just the amount of effort required to make something as big as TV. Yeah. And we could have made the same show in 6 months if it just wasn't in that old school language of television. We could have made the same thing in 6 months.
And you would never have that same issue with your podcast?
No.
Because whatever's happening goes out that week.
What is it today? Monday, is it?
What day? Friday.
Is it Friday?
It's Friday.
Right. It's Friday. Next Wednesday, I have to have a podcast out. Next Wednesday. 1 million people are going to listen to it. I don't know what it's about. And that's my job between now and then. And I'm going to put that out.
Obviously,
and I'm
it's going to be
do
about
it.
CIRCOM.
It could be. It could be whatever influences me that week.
Yeah.
I tell you what it might be about. Backstage, there was a bunch of family crests. And one of them was the Fitzgerald family. And the Fitzgerald family crest had a monkey on it for some reason. And I'm like, the fuck is there a monkey doing on the Fitzgerald family crest? So I looked it up, and it turns out in the 15th century, the Fitzgerald family, who were a Norman family in Ireland, they had a castle, and in the castle they had a little baby, but they also visited Morocco in the 15th century, and they brought back a monkey, right? And the monkey was in the same bedroom as the baby. But they left the castle, and a wolf came in and tried to attack the baby, but the monkey broke out of the cage and defended the baby. And that's why the Fitzgerald family have a monkey as their family crest. So I just found that out 10 minutes ago.
It's a true story.
But I'm like, this is amazing, this is incredible. So probably I'm going to figure out a way to speak about that and interconnect it with other things in the space of an hour, and that's going to go out on Wednesday. And I'm going to do all the research myself, I'm going to record it myself, I'll do everything. And because it's in the space of 4 days, it will be really passionate. Yeah. And what people will actually connect with isn't necessarily the story, but no, not necessarily what I'm speaking about. What they'll connect with is how I tell the story and the fact that you can genuinely tell, Jesus, this fella really cares about this.
Yeah.
And that's what people want.
And you can really tell. Now, before someone throws me off the stage, do we have one more question? In Cashnella. Yes.
This gentleman at the end.
Kieran, I have one last question, then I promise we'll leave.
I love that big long microphone.
I know.
A very long microphone.
You could buy that with your
Liam Boyle for the Broadcast Authority of Ireland. I've heard you speak before.
Oh, the BAI, I got in trouble with you before. I called communion wafers haunted bread.
And that's why I'm here today. Now, I've heard you speak before about capacity to fail.
Yes.
In terms of making good art or
Yeah.
making art in general. And I'm really wondering what you think would facilitate that. Is it extra funding? Is it different frameworks? Is it a kind of, I suppose, a teaming up of broadcasters and content makers to kind of commit to this?
So, to be an artist, to be a creative, right, the most important thing is failure, your attitude towards failing, right? Fear of failure is what creates creative block. If you're afraid of failing, you won't create. The way to get over the fear of failing is to fail excessively and continually so much that it just becomes part of the job. It's like if someone was a fireman. Firemen have to, practice every day. Firemen have to be around fire for the laugh. This isn't pleasant. But one day they're waiting to be in presence of an actual fire. So it's like that with being creative. Fail, 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 fail. So the way to fail is space and time. So it's about funding a creative person and giving them security to fail. So one of the issues I found, if I was working exclusively with public service broadcasting and I didn't have independent media at all, I don't think I'd have space to fail because my job would be pitching all the time to commissioners. Pitching, pitching, pitching. And when I'm pitching, 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 I'm not thinking of the most creative idea. I'm thinking about the idea that will most likely get funding. And often the idea that most likely gets funding is not the most creative idea. It's the one that's made with financial sense in the head of the commissioner. So it's about, here's someone I've identified as being creative. I'm going to fund them for 6 months. And if at the end of it they come back with something that doesn't work, that's okay. And that's the only way, unfortunately. If you do things that way, you're guaranteed brilliance, right? You'll get a lot of shit, but you're guaranteed something brilliant. If you do things the other way, where someone is under consistent pressure, you're guaranteed mediocrity. I can whip out mediocrity non-stop all the time, but I can only achieve something that is really good and brilliant if I have space to fail. And space to fail means resources, basically. So that's what young creators need. It's what I did have on Republic of Telly when I started off. Republic of Telly was fantastic. All I was needed was like, you've got a week there to come up next week with a 4-minute script. But if you don't have one for another 2 months, that's fine. So space, when you talk about failure, space and time is created by funding.
And on that note, Lion Boy Boat Club, thank you so much. I know we could keep going for ages. We look forward to the podcast next Wednesday.
Yeah.
We'll give a big round of applause to Lion Boy.
Slán, thank you so much.
Gurmagat.
Thank you.
She did promise us this morning's discussion would be interesting, and she certainly they delivered. And our next one on climate change will be interesting as well, obviously. But we're going to give you a break first, and we'll meet you back here at 11 o'clock. Erica. Hello, Erica. We're grateful to Arash. We are now going to discuss the biggest topic and the biggest challenge to face the world, climate change. There is quite simply nothing more serious facing us. But for broadcasters, it poses another challenge. How do you keep a topic that is in permanent crisis at the top of the agenda? Our panel this morning spends, well, quite a lot of time addressing this. Can I introduce award-winning journalist and executive producer of RTE's climate change coverage, Tara Peterman. Thank you, Tara, for being with us today. And after spending 10 days straight working in the Arctic, joining us from her home this morning is Erika Bergström, award-winning foreign news correspondent and author with over 40 years' experience, and was the first ever global climate correspondent to be appointed at Swedish National Television in 2020. She will be joining us in a second, so welcome to Erika. And also with us today is Industry Sustainability Manager at Albert, Katie Tallon. Katie is passionate about inspiring sustainability at all levels of society. It's her belief that stories, content and collaborations offer the greatest opportunity to shift the cultural dial required for humanity to take appropriate action on the climate crisis. And we will delve into that with Katie very soon. So welcome, Katie, and thank you very much for joining us. Tara, I am actually going to start with you first today. I hope this is turned on. It is, okay. And don't forget, if you have any questions for our panel, just post them on Slido and we have it here and we will have those later. Tara, I'm starting with you because, you know, I'm afraid I didn't quite realise, even though I would be an avid watcher of all media, but particularly news, I didn't realise your role existed within RTE. I had realised that climate did seem to be very, how would I say, prevalent, all right, and very obvious to me, but I didn't realise your role. So can you let us know how important is it for RTE to have climate on the news agenda? And is there a plan? Yeah. And can other organisations then learn from this?
Thank you very much. That you don't know that I existed is absolutely fine. You just actually need to see the content, and hopefully it's content that's connecting with people. You know, I think it was, if you think about the David Attenborough line about the best way to tackle the climate change, it's a communications problem, it's a political problem, it's moved beyond science. And so we're working on that basis, and we're working on focusing on how to you know, work on storytelling in this permanent crisis mode. So what are the lessons we can learn from COVID? What are the lessons we learn from any crisis? But that it's ongoing means it has to be more relevant to people's lives. It has to be about human stories. We have to be real about the scale of the problem, and also be real about the scale of the transformation that's needed to decarbonize. So this is the mindset perhaps that I'm working from. And I know that while it's a shared problem for all of us, a shared challenge for all of us, each area is going to work, you know, every public service media is going to work the stories that are relevant for their domestic policy and their you know, whatever issues they're dealing with. So it is particular for us. The way our plan, as I said, is make it real, make it accessible, deal with the science. We know that the public trusts the scientists, so we lean on them very much, and it's kind of bridging that gap. And also, so we are amplifying our coverage, and we are also putting dedicated time to it. So we've got a dedicated environment correspondent. We've also got other people that are working constantly towards what's our next level of programming. We've set aside for Primetime, which is our big current affairs program. We do a quarterly special that's completely dedicated to climate. So it might not be a news story that's broken that day, but it might be that we are getting involved in, you know, looking at an issue that people should know about. So we've taken this to very, yeah, it's really important. It's very high priority stuff for us.
And what is working best for the Irish audience? Is it taking the global and telling it in a local way, or how are you cutting through?
Okay. So honestly, I'd say we're still in a learning process, and I think we are trying to do a bit of everything, but really it is about making it relevant. and it is about making it accessible. So it's human stories, it's local stories, it's showing climate change in Ireland, so it's not, you know, we may be able to do things like go to the Arctic, and we have done, you know, stories like that in the past, but this is really about making it real for Irish people. So I think we have
So your
clip,
first,
yeah.
so, you know, I think what we've heard today, over the last 2 days, we've talked about digital transformation and everything that we have to adapt and change to and all this. But at the heart of it all, I think everybody agrees, if you have the storytelling is key. So your first clip is really about storytelling.
Yeah, it is, and I think it's part of one of the specials that we did recently, and it was focusing on one part of the country where they're doing great work in terms of decarbonizing, but they also really see the impacts of climate change. So for me, this is about moving it from the IPCC report to human lives.
Okay, we'll take a look at that.
The impacts of climate change can already be seen in places like here on the Dingle Peninsula, where the physical landscape is changing and rapidly. The people living here face two distinct futures, one in which those impacts have rendered parts of the area uninhabitable, and another in which rural communities adapt not just to survive, but to really thrive.
This is County Kerry's designated decarbonisation zone. Part of this project has involved ESB Networks and the SEAI providing part funding to homes and businesses for deep retrofits. For business owners like Rose Spillane, it's been transformative and has allowed her to change the business model of her pub and restaurant.
In the past, you'd come in here on a winter's day and the wind would be blowing through the place and it would be cold and damp and drafty, whereas now it's cosy, it's warm, it's just sealed, it heats up really quick and it keeps the heat in. It just means, I suppose, going forward, we're hoping to be able to open all winter. In the past, it would have just cost too much money to be open.
On Rose's doorstep, residents of the Maharees Tombolo are hoping that the marram grass they're planting will help hold the sand dunes together and that it might have the same effect on their community.
What we're doing is we are making the dunes as strong as we can for as long as we can to keep this community living here for as long as it possibly can.
In recent years, powerful storms coupled with the receding sand dunes have caused severe issues for those living in the Maharees, with sand deposited on the road, effectively cutting the community off.
That had a huge impact on the community because students couldn't access education. People who needed medical attention found it difficult to reach that. People couldn't go to work some days, you know, so that was a huge impact. It was quite a frightening time.
As many residents of the Dingle Peninsula prepare for a net zero future, the Maharees community are attempting to prevent the worst impacts of the alternative. For them, it's now an existential struggle.
As a community, we are concerned about the future impacts of climate change. Will there be parts of this community that will be inaccessible? Will there be homes that will be unsavable? That really takes its toll on a community. You know, there are stress levels during storm events, you know, that just are difficult to cope with for some people.
So that's an example of, I mean, something that's happening all over the world. You showed it that it's happening in Dingle, and that the community were completely involved.
Yeah, I mean, what I really like about that is it really shows everything. It goes from impact to adaptation to the mental health issue that was raised in the last IPCC report, mental health as a product of climate change. So for me, that encapsulated it and also taught me a lesson that, you know, it's everywhere. It's not distant. It's not, you know, a question came up earlier, a conversation I was having earlier was whether it's a global issue or a domestic one, and I think it's all.
It's all,
you know,
of course it is. Yeah, of course it is.
So,
now, you also said that people, the audience, we trust the scientists. We do. But you know, you get a 350-page report on your table, and I'm not going to read it, and the audience aren't going to read it. So how do you translate that? How do you do that to make it relatable to the audience?
Well, first of all, we have a great environment correspondent and he reads
he likes
through
his
everything.
reports.
And we have a few other people who are equally really engaged and understand this is the crisis of our time, and are reading this material. And also, I can't underestimate the value of not only bringing the science closer to the people, but bringing the scientists closer to you. So I have a number of scientists I will call and ask them a question. If I don't understand something, you know, I have really experienced people that I can call, and that's hugely important, because this is important stuff to get right.
And the point about this report lands on your table, you can't make the news that night because there's a crisis or some kind of tragedy. You hold on to that. How do you then make sure that gets airtime?
Okay, so that's been an interesting one, because when the second IPCC report came out this year, we were only a few days into the war, and it wasn't going to make, while it was covered fully, it didn't get that added bit of coverage perhaps that we would have liked, because we were dealing with another crisis. I think it's kind of about thinking about things slightly different from a news perspective, and realizing you maybe need to go back to something that's that important. So one thing that we did, so we covered the third IPCC report, which was on mitigation. We covered that, but also the scientists were in town. The IPCC authors were actually in Dublin for their first face-to-face meeting in a couple of years. And we met with one of them, the author of the third report, the mitigation report, and did an interview with him. And so it wasn't that the news broke that day. It was saying, this is so important, we need to discuss this. So we brought him out and had a conversation about what it's like to be him dealing with the biggest crisis.
So you humanize the scientist.
Well, that's what we were hoping to do. And also we asked questions of the public to say, you know, what do you think about climate change? What is concerning you right now? And we put those questions to him. So we were trying to quite literally bring the scientists to the public. Yeah.
Well, this is him. This is a Dr. What's his name?
Jim Ski.
A recurring comment from people is just how mammoth the climate change issue is, and most people talk about future generations.
I suppose it's for my kids, their future. I don't think it will affect me a whole lot, because I expect that it's going to be 30 or 40 years' time.
So what does one of the IPCC's leading scientists make of the views we've been hearing from those we met this week?
It tells me that people are thinking about the future, and are thinking about their children and their children's children, because they're the people who are going to have to pick it up. When people get messages about climate change, it can also often be quite disempowering, because it seems so depressing about where you're going. And what we were trying to do with the report that we came out with just a few weeks ago is to kind of say, actually, people can make a difference. This is a problem that can be addressed if people work together in different parts of society to deal with it. It is a tractable problem, if people put their minds to it.
And Tara, is that something that you find when you're choosing stories that you're trying to do too, that you're not just trying to cover the negative, these are the negative effects of climate change, but that you're also trying to show the hope?
Yeah, I think that's a big conversation in climate coverage. Is people say, well, what are the solutions? That you don't want people.
It's so depressing if you don't.
I think it's about giving agency is probably the better word. We breaking it down, looking at things. I was at a conference recently, and a photojournalist who covered climate change for a long time said to me, we were talking about the solutions thing. He said, well, if you cover a solution, now a solution is only for one part of the puzzle, and there's a whole big puzzle, right? You also have to go back and cover it if it didn't work. So I have that now in my head. But
even more to do.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a big to-do list. But agency and thinking about making the scale of the problem understandable, and looking at how that can break down and what you can do in different areas, or what business needs to do or government needs to do.
You're very precise with your work, I suspect. I gather that from our conversation before today. You are very consumed with your work, I believe. And I think, is that partly because it's such an important topic?
It's such an important topic. It's such a challenge, but also I feel as though I'm constantly learning new things about how climate affects every aspect of what we do, how we are going to live in the future, and that the decisions that are made today are hugely important. And it's constant learning. I mean, that's kind of what journalism is about, isn't it? I mean, it's the part that's really engaging, this big challenge.
But what you're also quite adamant about is accountability. And you have taken it that government cannot just say they're going to do X, Y, and Z, and you cover that at the big launch, etc., but you also give airtime and ensure that you give airtime to making sure they're accountable to what they promised, the people.
Yeah. So this is part of the puzzle for us is to say, okay, we have all these commitments that have been made over the past year, and we work to 2030, not 2050, because 2030 seems relatable, 2050 seems far too far away. So we have a reporter who's working on basically tracking emissions in the different areas, but also asking for information sooner than it would be given, and really charting where we're going with this, so that each year or each 6 months or whenever we have a climate special, if there's new information, we'll say, well, how are we doing on this? So that's what we're trying to, and then one of the things we're trying to do.
How do you convey it then? Like, how do you make that interesting? I mean, you've done it, so how does it work?
Well, we do it through different stories, but also we do it through a graphic presentation.
So this is an example.
Yeah.
Did this happen on prime time? Was this a special show?
Yeah, this was the opening of the primetime special. This is just one part of it, but it's to show the scale.
We might just show the graph.
There are lots of complicated details in our climate plans, but there's one clear message. We need to cut our carbon emissions by over half in just 8 years. This means each year to 2025, cutting emissions by just under 5%. And from then to 2030, by a higher amount. We need to reduce emissions by over 8% a year. To put it in context, in 2020, when our country was shut down due to COVID-19, with many businesses closed and cars off the roads, we only cut our emissions by 3.6%. Now, with normal economic activity, we need to cut further. Worryingly, early estimates of our 2021 emissions by UCC scientists shared with Primetime show that we cut them by less than 4% and maybe as little as 2%. This means we're already off target for the first year of our carbon reduction plan. But those involved in drawing up these plans say, with personal and political will, we can make our targets.
I'm looking at that, and it's figures and information heavy, and it's the opposite to, love the graphics, by the way, but it's very information. It's the opposite to, I suppose, what we try to do if you're trying to make it entertaining. So tell me, you've done many huge programs for Primetime. You've had big numbers. Does this attract audience?
Actually, this program did really well, and it was very blatantly stated it was a climate special, so people could, choose not to watch it, or they could watch it. So we had something like about a 25% audience share. So for us, that's very good, and it was well regarded. The other thing is we had a whole digital strategy that went with it. There were several articles touching deeper on different issues that were raised in the program that went out all during the week. And those got good numbers as well. So we were pleased with that, because I think now we're in the how-to phase of the conversation nationally. How are we going to get places? How is it going to affect people's lives?
But it's funny because we were talking about accountability yesterday, and it was actually the Swedish contributor who said they had lost contact, I suppose, with their audience, but also they had lost contact with the stories on the ground, so they weren't going to the county council meetings anymore. And when they did turn up, then the politicians were so surprised. And that's something you have to, this accountability is very important. As boring as it can look, when you're just discussing figures, it's hugely important, isn't it?
Yeah, it also helps people understand. Yeah. It's helping me understand it better.
And the other thing you do, I think, well, not you personally maybe, but I think it was your idea. I think it's so interesting on your website that you can see how much renewable energy we're using in Ireland every day, how much fossil fuels. How did that come about?
So actually that was from our digital team. This is information that comes directly from the national grid. The information was there, and then I think at RTE we pushed for a little bit more information to make it relatable. Again, so the first part of it says each day you can see how much of Ireland's energy comes from renewables or gas or coal. And that changes every day. So if it's a windy day, it could be a really high number. And then in the summer, it might be a much lower number. So that gives people the idea that, okay, this is changeable. And then this is the new part that we added in time for the climate special, which was we have a target. We have to get to 80% renewables by 2030. So if we keep plugging in that data, we'll have a sense of, are we making progress, or what are the setbacks? What makes that change? So obviously we're going through a period now in terms of how we're going to deal with fossil fuels, how we're dealing with oil. You know, we may see that change in another direction. We've got to watch this, but that's to give us, again, to try to give agency and understanding. So.
Yeah. And yeah, we were discussing young people, young audiences this morning. How do you make sure you're targeting them, or how do you get to them?
So RTE has a program that's called News Today, and they deal with climate issues at their level. It goes into primary schools around the country. So that's a part of it. And then also we need to integrate young people more in our programming as well.
And do you have a multi-platform? Do you deal with it on multi-platforms?
Yes, everything is multi-platform now, probably for everybody. As I said, there was a whole digital strand that went with that special that raised all the issues that we couldn't get into depth within the program. So that's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, I believe TikTok. So we're there.
That's very confident.
Even if I'm not there, we're there.
It's very confident. Tara, we'll leave it there. If you have any questions, please, well, we'll go to the floor, of course, but if you prefer to pose them to Slido, please do. We're going to go to Erika Bergström now. She's going to join us from her home. As I said, she's just spent 10 days straight working in the Arctic, and I'm sure she's going to pop up any minute. Hello, Erika. Now I feel like I'm doing the Eurovision. Hi, Erika, how are you? Perhaps first you let us know what you were doing in the Arctic.
I was heading a delegation of 10 news journalists that wanted to learn more about how the climate change is affecting the Arctic. In Sweden, we are, as you know, an Arctic country, so this is a topic very interesting to our viewers. So we were in Spitsbergen in northern Arctic, and I'm really sad I can't be with you in person today, but it just wasn't possible to get there in time.
Okay, well, perhaps you could let us know, if you give us an insight into your work, what you think the most important, I suppose, what were the big stories for you that really broke through to people, and how you think we should be reporting on climate and how we can keep it on the agenda.
Okay, so I've been asked to talk for about 10 minutes, and this is what I will do. The story that broke in Spitsbergen while we were there was actually the fact that we have thought up to now that the Arctic is warming twice the rate of the global average, but it turns out it is actually warming 3 times the rate. So the scientists that we met up there quite bluntly said that, you know, we're losing the Arctic part of the world heritage, as one person put it. It's literally melting away with its many consequences, from forest fires to losing biodiversity. So I've held quite a few positions in my long life as a journalist. I've been US correspondent in Washington, D.C. I've been Europe correspondent based in Brussels. But I actually started out as environmental correspondent in the late 80s. And being asked to become the global climate correspondent for Swedish television was a challenge that I couldn't resist. But having said that, I think it is one of the most complicated jobs I've ever held. Being a news correspondent for a correspondent is quite straightforward. This is complicated. It's also very fascinating. So what you sort of basically asked to do from your editors, what they ask of you, is to report on an unprecedented crisis, the most serious threat mankind ever faced, actually. It is highlighting and covering the necessity of the industrial economies to replace the very bloodstream, which is oil, and the transfer to green energy. It is to make that reporting, like Tara was talking about, engaging, good storytelling. My editors love strong personal cases. But then please, Erica, try not to be too depressing. Although we are frying the planet, we realize this. Could you please also offer some hope? I'm asked. This is called constructive journalism. I'm also asked to hold all stakeholders accountable, which is anything from industry, financial institutions to Greta Thunberg, that I actually did a critical piece on with her sort of lack of faith in the democratic system. That was not easy to meet all the criticism for having investigated her. And also, of course, the politicians who at the moment seem to lack any kind of adequate response to the ongoing crisis. And by the way, also, of course, being a climate correspondent means to be in a virtual shitstorm of hate mails and even death threats. So that's sort of, you know, my job situation in short. Having said that, I must say that there's the best support possible from my editors, all the way from the CEO of Swedish Television, Hanna Stjärned, down to any editor, who are all committed that Swedish Television is now spending much more time, money covering the climate crisis. We have climate editors. Aside from myself, we have several climate reporters. We even have a network of local reporters who have said at our local stations that they want to cover climate. So we also try to bring climate issues to the Swedish audience where they live. So I cannot complain at all. You know, I have the money, the budget to travel more or less where I want to in the world. So the difficulty is to go about covering this sort of slowly evolving crisis in a new situation that, as we know, the last few years have been unprecedented, first with the climate crisis, the COVID crisis, and now with a war in Europe, with the Ukraine war and crisis. So I do this in three ways. I try to stay fairly close to the news flow and make it visual, relatable. So when IPCC came with their big report in August last year, I had decided to be in Greenland when that report broke. As you remember, it was a very grim warning. So I literally stood with my feet in the melting ice while reporting on it, and also interviewing indigenous people about how their situation have changed. I also try to plan my journalism around unique stories that haven't been in the news yet. And it is actually also in my job description to try to be on the lookout globally for constructive stories, which is, according to my editors, looking for solution-based stories. Although I completely agree with Tara that does hold some problems I think we will maybe get back to. So the first example I want to show you is I went to Morocco in December. I had battled with the government for 2 years to get into the country to film the world's largest concentrated solar power complex. So this story was 8 minutes in duration. I do mostly mini documentaries where I always begin in a microcosmos with people. In this case, I started with a Berber family in the mountains. They had just received electricity only a year ago, thanks to solar power. But the news clip that I want to show you is from the middle of our story that I did with photographer Marco Nilsson, when we actually arrived in the Sahara Desert to this huge complex that is so big it can be seen from space.
Här på andra sidan Atlasbergen, vid porten till Saharaöknen, som det nu pågår en solkraftsrevolution.
Nor betyder ljus på arabiska. Det är också namnet på världens största anläggning för koncentrerad solkraft.
All 3 power plants in Nor 1, Nor 2, Nor 3 have actually storage, so it's thermal storage. So basically what we do is we store part of the thermal energy that's been absorbed or produced during the day. And that thermal energy, which is stored in molten salts also, is then used during night when there's no sun, no radiation. It is then used to produce electricity at night.
Potentialen är enorm. Studier visar att om man skulle täcka bara 8% av Saharaöknens yta med solpaneler så skulle det kunna försörja hela världens primära energibehov. Det här är Afrikas högsta byggnad. Speglarna riktas mot tornet där solens strålar hettar upp salt som lagrar värmen.
Tekniken den skulle aldrig fungera till exempel i Sverige när den kräver öknens torra, klara luft och det ständiga solskenet. Och dessutom så kräver det enorma ytor för att bygga en sån här anläggning.
So this story was very popular with the audience. It was something that was not previously known. It was visual, it was hopeful. What was interesting to me is that the Moroccan government is, as we know, is no democracy, but they are amongst the top 10 performers according to the Paris Agreement in sort of making the transition into net zero emissions. And they have a plan to become a green superpower. They have power cables under the sea now linked to Portugal, Spain, and also soon to the UK, where they will be exporting green energy. That is sort of their business idea. The criticism received by this story is that when we highlight those large-scale projects that do seem viable, is that we are creating an atmosphere of false hope that the climate crisis can actually be handled. This, as I said before, is an ongoing difficulty. So as I said before, staying with the news flow also means trying to find viable news stories that can sort of connect to what is dominating the news flow. So with the pandemic going on, I thought long and hard on how to connect the dots between the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and the pandemic. I found a very interesting, big scientific report that predicted that West Africa will be the next hotspot of a new possible pandemic that could spread. The reason being that the nature is being degraded. The West Africa is severely affected by climate change. There are lower crops because of the climate change, also failing crops, pushing people into the cities. And not only the people are moving into the cities, but also a specific animal that, according to a big Chinese study, is known to carry up to about 5,000 different kinds of coronaviruses. So this, again, was part of a longer report from the Ivory Coast, and I just wanted to show 2 separate clips that have been put into one from the Ivory Coast.
Det är inte bara människor som flockas hit till Abidjan. Det gör också fladdermössen. I de trädkantade alléerna med jätteträd så har stora kolonier av flygande hundar flyttat in från landsbygden. De blir fler och fler i takt med att landet hugger ner sina regnskogar. Lantbrukaren Cyprien är en av miljontals ivorianer som hugger ner skogen på jakt efter ny odlingsmark. I Elfenbenskusten så har 70% av regnskogen försvunnit. I den nya byn så har man byggt höga murar för att skydda sig mot havet. Och så här ser det ut längs den västafrikanska kustlinjen.
Husen i fiskebyn, de har ju redan slukats av havet. Men så var det här med kyrkogården. De har löst det så att man har öppnat gravarna och plockat ut kvarlevorna av sina döda. Och sen har man grävt nya gravar längre inåt land. För det här, det kommer havet snart att sluka.
So as you can see, I have to leave vanity behind working in such humid heat. So several fishing villages have already vanished into the sea, and this cemetery was soon to follow. And to me, that was extremely moving that even the dead have to be removed because of the climate crisis. This story left the audience moved but depressed. And something that I battle with in my job is that I seldom hear that, let's say, colleagues covering finance or political affairs have this sort of wish upon them to provide hope, as I often am being asked on. So just to summarize, I think that, I like the saying that journalism is the first page of history. We must tell it as it is. The warnings, as we just heard you discuss, is from the scientists are becoming more and more desperate. And all the indicators are going the wrong way, with emissions rising, the globe is still warming. We have heat waves in India and Pakistan now, where actually the human body more or less collapses. People's organs collapse, you get blood clots, you get heart attacks because of the heat. This has actually done my job a bit easier. I think the fact that the extreme weather is now with such certainty being connected to the climate crisis. The World Weather Attribution Science Network can very quickly say that, yes, this is what's happening. For instance, now the rains in South Africa, we can connect that to the climate crisis. And that was the first time that we on Swedish television reported on the rains, naming people who had died in the mudslides and saying they actually were victims of the climate crisis. So the bigger picture, just to end, I think, which sometimes it's difficult with good storytelling, but it's also equally important, is climate justice, how to address the democratic challenges between North and South, looking at the pole in a country, looking at the conflicts between rural areas and the cities, who's going to foot the bill, raising taxes, how will they affect low-income earners compared to high-income earners. And then also, very importantly, young people losing faith in democracy because they see that the climate crisis is not being addressed in an adequate way. And yet, if we only focus on the catastrophic development, we do lose the audience. So the stories we did this spring now at Swedish television were about the solutions to the climate change. I went to the Orkney Islands, I went to Germany and did offshore wind power stories. But then I was also feeling that this was not completely truthful, because with the war in Ukraine, we're now seeing everything seems to weigh in the balance, and we see the UK knocking on the door of Saudi Arabia, renewing or wanting new oil leases. So that is where I'm at right now, trying to think, how can I find a story that's engaging to talk about the difficulties with the green transition that at least Europe have been thrown into now because of the war.
Erica, thank you very much. Thank you. I suspect there'll be a few questions for Eric in a while, but first, Katie, perhaps I'm thinking you're quite impressed with our two, because they're doing exactly what you would like the rest of us to be doing. So I'll let you go to the podium and do your presentation.
Good morning. Yeah, suitably impressed. I'm Katie Talon. I have a background as a producer in current affairs, but I now work for an organisation called Albert. We've been in the business of helping the screen arts to become sustainable for about 10 years now. And a bit like diversity, sustainability, for storytellers, spans both the off-screen and the on-screen. So we can't make programmes, we need to make programmes featuring a diversity on screen, but also they need to be made by a diverse crew. And a bit like sustainability, we can help the industry become sustainable to reduce its environmental impact. But crucially, storytellers have an ability to inspire sustainable futures and to tell the story of our lifetime. So at Albert, we provide tools to help the industry to reduce their environmental impacts, but also help storytellers to support a sustainable future through their content. We work with global media companies We also work with a huge number of production companies and international partners. We also have a sports consortium recognising the unique challenges that sports broadcasters face. And we have a news consortium, which I chair, and we have lots and lots of tools to help news gatherers and current affairs producers, which I'll talk more of in a little while. So, you know, 1.5 degrees is a crucial temperature scientists warn us not to breach, or we face cataclysmic consequences. That's the scientists' word. It's a communications challenge because 1.5 degrees doesn't sound like a lot. We're already at 1.2 degrees of warming above pre-industrial times. So that's communications challenge number one. But in terms of global emissions, they're still rising. We're burying our heads in the sand. Even though you're increasingly reporting on the climate emergency, and this isn't an emergency that we're just facing in the global south anymore, this is an emergency happening in our own home countries. And the latest IPCC report, which we've touched on, is pretty stark. And as our previous speaker said, climate change is also a justice and social story. Those who have done the least to cause climate change bear the brunt, including young people. So what are Albert doing to help you on this journey? We have a lot of tools to help you make news in a more sustainable manner, including a certification scheme, which a number of UK broadcasters are now mandating. This helps you to reduce your environmental impacts, doing things like using more local crews instead of travelling around the world, producing our studios using green energy. And we have an online toolkit that helps storytellers, content creators to work out their carbon emissions associated with the programme and then talks them through a carbon action plan to take steps to reduce those emissions. And we get thousands of productions using our calculator tool, so it means we've got a lot of data. And you can see here that national news has a lot smaller carbon footprint compared to, say, a big drama. No surprise there. Current affairs productions producing a little bit more of a carbon footprint. But the majority of emissions, when we look at the breakdown, comes from travel, regardless of genre or production method. And in news, the majority of the carbon footprint, no surprise, comes from energy, whether that's generators on location or in the studio, and also transport and travel emissions. I was asked to talk predominantly today about sustainable news gathering, but I think we've seen that the carbon footprint is pretty small. It doesn't preclude us from taking action, but actually the big opportunity here is our content. And journalists have been reporting on the climate crisis for over a century. This is a news article from 1912, and it reads, "The furnaces of the world are now burning about 2 billion tonnes of coal a year. When this is burned, uniting with oxygen, it adds about 7 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere yearly. This tends to make the air a more effective blanket for the Earth and to raise its temperature. The effect may be considerable in a few centuries." So even though journalists have been reporting on this for over a century, as I said, we're still burying our heads in the sand. There's journalism and climate content's had a bit of a rocky road. There's been quite a lot of disinformation shared, quite a lot of climate skeptics being given a voice, and it's also incredibly complex. It doesn't often, we've taken a long time to cut through to the human stories. And by nature, I think journalists are skeptics. So we've often questioned a lot of the climate science. But the picture's different. We've got a session here today at CIRCOM on climate change. That wasn't the case 5 years ago, not just at CIRCOM, but there wasn't roles like Tara's role at broadcasters. But the atmosphere, the landscape's really changed pretty much in the last 12 months. And certainly this is partly because there's audience attitudes are changing and audiences are getting more and more concerned with climate change. There's also, at the attribution science is much clearer. We can now say that an extreme weather event has been caused in part because of climate change, without doubt. And so, as a consequence, the media landscape's changing. We have lots of global media companies now who have climate segments, which is fantastic. There's a Spanish broadcaster who report on the carbon dioxide parts per million in the atmosphere. There's a daily climate show on Sky News. However, and this is the main point I want to land today, echoing really what our other speakers have said, the IPCC, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, say that keeping to this 1.5 degree target means rapid, far-reaching, unprecedented changes in all aspects of society, i.e. we have to change everything that we do, from the way we travel, the way we heat our homes, what we buy, what we wear. So climate change isn't a segment. It isn't something that only climate change reporters should be doing. This is something that people reporting on homes, on travel, on clothing should all be talking about. So the opportunities are, first and foremost, let's challenge misinformation, challenge climate skeptics. Then we need to find the climate angle to a wider range of stories. Like Tara said, humanizing stories, talking about climate change when we talk about infrastructure change. And then exploring what a sustainable future can look like. And this is a real storytelling opportunity as well. And crucially, not missing the climate angle. We'll quickly not be talking to audiences if we miss climate angle. And the Jeff Bezos rocket reporting really, really shocked me. So few journalists actually reporting on the carbon emissions associated with that. And yet that was a huge, interesting angle if we just ask ourselves, before a big story like that, what's the climate angle? And to leave you with David Attenborough, who Tara started with, he now says, you know, the science is in, we know how to solve climate change, it's now a communications challenge. What we just need to do is the will. So thank you, and I've cut back a bit of time, so hopefully some more time for your questions.
Well, that just gives us more time for questions. Tara, I'm conscious that Erica's role as a correspondent at Climate is a new role, established. She got that in 2020. Your role is quite a new role. I know, and there was the hiatus of COVID as well, where you probably didn't get to do exactly what you wanted either. Is that what is needed to keep it on the agenda? I mean, do you have to have specific people, specific policies within an organisation to really keep it on the agenda?
I think if you have people who are dedicated to looking for the climate angle, and if you have people who are thinking every day about what the stories are, that's the most important thing. I'm envious of what Erica has. That's
I know.
Fantastic. But I think all journalists are learning more and more about climate change and how it affects their role. So the more you talk about it, the more it's coming up. But I think you do need to make a concerted effort.
But it also has to be encouraged, does it not?
Absolutely.
It's such a huge topic, and your research, the research that is involved with it, I'm sure Erica will agree with this, because I'm sure, Erica, you are reading reports and looking into things. Everything you report on, you have to be confident that you're reporting it. You have to report it with confidence that it's true, that it's real. And a journalist who is filling a story for 7 o'clock doesn't have that luxury.
I didn't quite understand your question.
Well, I'm saying like a journalist on a normal, program doesn't have days or weeks to do this type of intensive research. So do we need dedicated people who can deal with the climate change issue within organisations?
I think we do, sadly. I mean, I agree with the previous speaker that this is something that affects all kinds of reporting, and what we are trying now hard on Swedish television is also to involve the reporters working with covering political affairs in Sweden, as well as our reporters covering finance and economics. And there we have some very skilled senior reporters who have become very passionate about the connection with the climate crisis and scrutinized and investigating the financial sector, and they have had some really good stories that have been widely quoted in other media. So I think that is the way to go about it. But I think we still need people like myself who have spent full time following the news flow, reading studies, and a lot of stories I don't have time to do myself, but I hand over to colleagues. And so we actually do a lot of collaboration. And I belong to the foreign news desk, so I also have communication with correspondent colleagues across the world. If someone is going to, let's say, Australia, I can say, well, you know, I know there's a very good story breaking in Australia with climate angles. So it's a learning process, I think, for the whole news organization.
And Erica, you told us you started as an environmental journalist, I think, in the 1980s. How has it changed from then, when we weren't even sure it was true, to now?
Well, I look back, and I think I wrote my first story on climate change in like 1987. I was a staffed reporter with Dagens Nyheter, which is the largest morning daily. So I actually made the shift from writing to television. Back then, it was solely about pollution, I would say, and the threat against biodiversity. Then a lot of things got better. I mean, pollution have, at least in the Western world, stopped. I mean, rivers and the air is not being polluted in the same way, but now we have new challenges, the plastic pollution, and then the climate crisis, of course, that is overarching. Sometimes I think it is maybe stealing a little bit too much of the headlines. I think the degradation of land, the threat against biodiversity, the fact we're losing species at such an alarming rate should be addressed more than we are doing at the moment.
And is it easier now to get your story on the news agenda than it was in the 1980s? Has that changed?
I was environmental correspondent back then also. So I find that when editors decide that this is a stories we want and that we have the audience with us, they stick to it. But I also have to be clear, I have struggles daily with my editors back in Stockholm, where I will actually say, okay, so you find this news story more relevant than the breaking news about the Arctic warming. So they don't love me every day, I'll tell you that. But I really have to be like a lobbyist for my reporting at times, which I don't like, because I'm not an activist, I'm a journalist, and I'm asked to do this job. I'm trying to do this job well, but there's always more sort of mainstream breaking news stories every day that compete, as we know. I mean, in a 30-minute news program, there isn't much content that we have space for.
Now, are there any questions from the floor? Would you like to pose a question to one of our panelists? No. Joe?
Just interesting to hear, I put it on the slide out there, the whole notion of, because this is a crisis, so it's a severe crisis, and it's also ongoing. That, you know, the whole thing of sustaining audience interest over an extended period, and obviously if you're going to keep talking about how difficult and how challenging, how cataclysmic this is for all of us, we're going to lose them as an audience. So I'm just wondering, in each report or in each broadcast, do we need to include the issue and also a solution, or are we sweetening it up too much by going for that balance all the time? And then is the balance 50-50?
Tara, would you like to answer?
Yeah, it's something that I think about. You can't possibly sweeten it up like you know, I think it goes back to that agency thing. I have been thinking about not what the breakdown should be, but should every time we do a big focus on this have a bit of everything? And I think probably that's right, because we can't shy away from the challenge, the scale of this, the impact of this, and we also have to look at what's being done or where there are opportunities for things to be done like vetting policy as it comes out. Is the policy having the effect it's supposed to have? Things like that. So I think ideally we should be looking at all those categories and hope we bring people along.
Erica, what do you think? Are we sweetening the stories up too much just to attract the audience?
A very good question, and something we talk about a lot in Swedish television. Our impression is that the younger audience, they are very much into wanting to see documentaries, news stories from the third world countries. They're very much into climate justice. They want to see the stories, how people are being affected. So I'm also a former Africa correspondent. I've done zillions of stories in Africa in between 2007 and onwards 2014 about how climate change is affecting African farmers, etc. So I sort of feel like I've done that story, but of course, you know, we have new viewers coming on. And this is what we're going to be doing this fall. We're going to be doing more stories about how climate change is already a reality to the people that have admitted the least, because we do see that that is the kind of stories that engage the younger audience.
And Katie, to you, you have climate ambassadors involved in your work. You have, as you said, your news group, which you are personally spearheading. That type of work, has that encouraged, for example, Sky News to have a daily climate show? I mean, is that, sorry, did that come from being involved with yourselves?
Yeah, so Albert's a really collaborative project. So unlike the industry's competitive, but we hold this space for the industry to come together. And Sky are fantastic. They have a huge responsible business team, but other broadcasters don't have that. But they've been encouraged through working with Sky who have open sourced all their working practices. So it encourages other organisations to do the same, which is really heartwarming.
And do you think many organisations say, oh God, that's just too much work for us?
That's been the case in the past, where cost has been prohibitive or seen as prohibitive. But I think now most climate change is generally sitting with a risk team and at CEO level. Again, just in the sort of past couple of years, we've seen that change. So now everyone's more and more organisations are seeing it as an opportunity. And to the audience point, I think, and the storytelling point, you know, more and more audience insights are coming out from broadcasters and being shared, and there's a great Sky report on audience in public demand, really, for broadcasters to be doing more climate content. Climate content can seem, I think, in different genres, we work differently, so we encourage, for example, continuing drama, soap operas, to show those actions and sweeten it up a little bit. But I think news has a special place to really hold politicians to account and hold businesses to account, really.
I think it can also give you kudos if you are seen that you are more trustworthy and this is something you believe in. Would you agree?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so very worthwhile I mean, that's the whole point of this type of conference, that you might inspire somebody to do more than they have been doing.
It's an opportunity. It really is the story of our time, and it spans all of our stories. You know, possibly not a historical story, but even then. And as I said, with the example of the Jeff Bezos rocket, you know, that's a great story, holding this businessman up to account for his exploration, but actually what's he doing on the planet that we live in.
There you go. Katie, thank you very much. It was lovely to meet you. Tara, thank you so much. And Erica, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And I think everybody will agree that these are very inspiring women. So thank you. Thank you. Now, for our next session, we are addressing public service broadcasting prominence. Excuse me. I think Tara and Katie, we might actually get you to leave the stage now. Sorry. Thank you. So for our next session, we are addressing public service broadcasting prominence in a multi-platform environment. Who is curating the content, and what are the solutions being taken by public service broadcasters in the UK and Europe to ensure public service content is accessible to audience? Our moderator has over 14 years of experience in broadcast media compliance, governance and regulation in the UK and Ireland, and he has a keen interest in developing policy areas around AVM's transposition, public service media audience engagement, public service media prominence and children's programming. Please welcome Liam Boyle. Begeert Fáilte. And once again, we will take questions from the floor after this, but also you can contribute on Slido.
Thanks, Evan. Oh. Thank you, Evelyn. So I have Kate Biggs here today from Ofcom, and I have Wouter Akira from EBU, and we're going to talk to you today about public service media, really. I suppose we still call it public service broadcasting, but it's public service media prominence. And we're going to look at it from regulators' perspective. I myself work at the BAI, the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland, so we're heavily involved in, I suppose, looking at what's happening in the arena from a regulator's point of view, and Kate works at Ofcom in the UK, will also be looking at that point of view. But we also want to obviously see what broadcasters can do in this field. So I think Wouter's going to go through, I suppose, the range of different tactics, if you want to put it that way, or the range of different perspectives that broadcasters can take in this slow-moving but also kind of fast-moving arena. So, sure, Kate, do you want to go first and go through some of your interesting slides with us?
I'm going to head to the platform, if that's all right.
Thank you very much.
Now, making regulation interesting, I think, is a tough gig, let alone the last session after a long, fascinating conference just before lunch. So I'll try and be relatively brief. You'll be pleased to hear. So yes, as Liam introduced, I'm from Ofcom, which is the UK's independent communications regulator. We've heard a lot, I think, on this conference about how you make public service broadcasting still relevant and compelling to the widest possible audience. But it's not enough just to make that great content. It has to be easy to find, and that's what I'm going to talk about a bit today. So, as we all know, and has been talked about ad nauseum, audiences are moving away from just traditional broadcast services to a whole range of online services. Your choice of what to watch, on what device, and when has exploded. And that has to be a great thing. And yes, I'd agree. It's a brilliant thing for most audiences, most of the time, in terms of consumer choice, but also creative and technical innovation. Also, market growth. But there are also risks. A more competitive and global marketplace creates direct challenges to regional and even national broadcasters and their wider domestic creative economies. And for audiences, it can impact upon their awareness of and their ease of access to public service media. Currently, regulation in the UK protects both the wide availability and prominence of public service TV channels, but this regulation was largely designed over 20 years ago. In a world of analog TV long before the first iPhone or smart TV, let alone before they became popular products in the majority of UK households. Now, I'm not negating the importance of that regulation. It remains really important. TV channels are still widely viewed in the UK. And the TV platforms, your traditional platforms, terrestrial, cable and satellite, remain a really key route to content for most people. But we also can't ignore the growing number of people with limited or no relationship with scheduled TV services or broadcast services. And currently, regulation doesn't extend to the streamed or on-demand services of our public service broadcasters. nor does it apply to the growing range of content navigation and access services, whether that's a smart TV like Samsung or Sky Glass, whether that's a streaming stick like Roku or Amazon Fire, or via a games console. It is limited, and it's becoming more limited. So in 2018, Ofcom set out some recommendations. We started by consulting industry. Do new rules and regulations, are they needed? We concluded that the commercial dynamics were such that UK audiences might increasingly find the PSB's content harder to find. They might become less aware of what's available to them and less likely to watch it. We also recognised that this risk was perhaps most acute for the smaller PSBs, with limited capability to pay for prominence or to gain access to global platforms on reasonable or sustainable terms. So, what's the solution? We recommended that government introduce new legislation that would extend the scope of prominence and availability regulation to the PSB's on-demand and stream services, and to extend the platforms in scope to all interfaces that are used by a significant number of people as their main way of accessing TV. Apologies for the slightly wordy explanation, but we're very mindful about creating new regulation that is as future-proof as possible. This isn't about us regulating devices, it's about regulating the service you provide. In effect, what we were suggesting is that you bring connected TV's service providers into scope. Now, as I mentioned, in terms of future-proofing, we think the regulator needs a degree of regulatory judgment and flexibility to make the new regime workable and reasonably future-proof. So we suggested that the policy objectives are made clear and established in statute, and that these might include ensuring that PSM, public service media, is widely available, making sure that it's given appropriate prominence on all regulated TV platforms, and that it's made available on terms that are consistent with both the sustainable delivery of public service media, but also don't place disproportionate restrictions on TV platform innovation and consumer choice. And then underpinning that, there would be a regulatory role. So Ofcom would have a role in issuing guidance, setting clear expectations around what we consider appropriate prominence and reasonable terms to be. We would have new enforcement powers, so the ability to gather evidence for monitoring compliance, assessing breaches, and remedial action where necessary. But we'd also have a dispute resolution function, so we could resolve matters where PSM providers and platforms couldn't agree terms. Where are we now and what next? You might have picked up it's been 3 years since we made those recommendations, but we're finally on the brink of change. So government published a white paper at the end of April, setting out their ambition to, in effect, enact our recommendations and to introduce a new bill early in this parliamentary session, so in the coming months. We're continuing to work with government on the detail, and in doing so, are very keen to work with other jurisdictions and regulators around their implementation of similar measures. There's similar trends across Europe, clearly. But crucially, we're also continuing to work closely with industry. And by industry, I mean not just the broadcasters, but also the platforms and manufacturers, to make sure their expertise and concerns positively influence the new regime's design. We're clear that the best outcomes will be delivered by industry reaching commercial arrangements, wherever possible, without regulatory intervention. However, we also want to make sure we've got the right tools and can act as an effective backstop where needed. Our focus will always remain on audience interests, and we believe we're well placed to make decisions that objectively and independently consider both the sustainability of public service broadcasting or media with that of consumer choice, market innovation and growth. So that was just a kind of hopeful whistle-stop tour of what the problem is, what we in the UK consider the best solution might be, and what happens next. So looking forward to this conversation continuing.
Thanks very much, Kate. Really interesting overview of how things have moved in the UK over the past few years, and I suppose the key things that keep coming over is the range of tech involved and a range of stakeholders, the level of fragmentation that I think we're all aware of, but that the core consideration is always audience access first. So I think we'll expand on that a bit more during our Q&A session. But thanks very much for your presentation. Up next we have Wouter, who will give us a more, I suppose, European perspective on the issue.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. It was a great pleasure yesterday also to attend the gala dinner, because it really showed that I don't have to explain anymore why prominence is so important, why it is important that services provided by these editors, journalists yesterday needs to be well known and easy to find, easy to notice to the wider public. My name is Wouter Gekiere. I'm leading all the regulatory campaigns in Brussels on behalf of our members, public service broadcasters, many of which are of course also part of the CIRCOM family. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share some insights on an important discussion. And the discussion is really, or the question of the day is, why is it on the Brussels radar? Why is it on the radar of many regulators and legislators across Europe? To start with, my colleagues every year publish a fantastic report, and actually an update of this report has been published this week, so apologies if I didn't include the last figure. But it really shows the global and diverse nature in which public media is currently functioning. I could have picked many slides to kind of indicate where we are as public media, but also what the environment is. But needless to say that many of the tech companies that were mentioned are actually in a different financial game here. I mean, and why are we looking at these players? Because they're clearly not media companies. We could have also singled out European media companies, we could have singled out telecom companies, which also invest heavily in media and exciting media solutions. But these are companies that are tech giants, so meaning the audiovisual part of their activity is not necessarily at the core of their activities. But yet they have a lot of financial leeway to invest in exciting new services, and they take on a chunk of their services or take it as part of their mission to also invest in audiovisual markets. The Amazons, the Apples, the Facebooks. Facebook being a social media network, but media activities do surface more and more there also. So it is important to talk to them because prominence is really at the core of the attention there. How do we ensure relevant public media being available but also findable on services offered by these tech giants? It is also an issue, of course, of behavior, young people particularly. We see various ways in which they engage in accessing media and video. Not all of the platforms are highlighted here, but it shows you the fragmentation, the diversification that is currently going on. Third, also the interfaces and the way in which audiences more broad, generally kind of engage with content. I should say prominence of public media or more general content of general interest is one of the top questions I get from the membership when they reach out to Brussels and also to the legal colleagues, is how do I kind of go about it? How do I make my case for more prominence with my local regulator? I mean, this kind of screenshot is a nice conversation starter in a way, because it really summarizes very well that ballpark I was explaining at the very start. Here you have a screen from a German IPTV provider, which dates back from a few years ago or 2 years ago, just before the whole discussion on a German regime on prominence was actually launched. We see a range of apps there, one of which is couch play games, so showing you very well that it's not just about media, it's also about a lot of other types of applications that will figure next to the core media services that the likes of us are providing. You also have a lot of apps, applications being pushed by the IPTV or device manufacturer itself, in this case, cloud services and music services, Magenta Cloud and Magenta Music. And you have your public broadcasters trying to also fit in. We have in the German context ARD on page number 1 and ZDF on the last page. That was the situation 2 or 3 years ago. So it shows you very well what the kind of challenge is. You have a range of different services Some also offered directly by the ones actually operating these systems. And you have also the media apps that need to figure there. This is clearly an option of an alphabetical order with all the advantages and disadvantages, because ZDF, poor colleagues, they haven't changed their name yet. They're still called ZDF, but they were just unlucky with their name. So it's not a random decision, but the corporate decision to kind of go for an alphabetical order has impact on the way you find, notice, pick up content. The German system was all about kind of coming up with regimes that could cure that a bit, that could maybe guide some of those operators in slightly adapting their regimes. So there is a whole law being adopted in Germany, which focuses very much on user interfaces with a focus on media. And this would be one of those devices, interfaces that would really tick that box. And there's specific language for linear, for instance, on how it should appear on the first page, but also for the on-demand catch-up service. Can it be easy to find for the public? And of course, those concepts can differ. Connected TV is a very important case, and we have a lot of members coming to us with examples because it's a very relevant one. But what would work for a device like that or interface like that would not necessarily work for another type of platform. I'll come back to that in a minute. What we did in Brussels back in the days, I mean, the story of prominence, of course, didn't start yesterday, but 7 or 8 years ago, when in the lead up to the last revision of a directive, which is a law in EU speech, the Audiovisual Media Services Directive underwent a last review in 2018. We advocated quite actively for wording on prominence of audiovisual media services of general interest, again, EU speech for public value content. In the broadest sense, it could also be commercial content, but broadly content and services and channels that serve a certain general interest that contributes to society. You see the wording adopted is may, so it's an option. It isn't compulsory, and that's why we see now some regulators acting, because there's a need, but in other countries it's not yet the case. National implementation, so we're now facing a directive that needed to be implemented in 2020. 2 years later, there's still a lot of people, a lot of regulators and legislators that need to implement this directive. Not necessarily the rules on prominence, because as you saw, they're optional. But on prominence, there's useful new legal provisions appearing across Europe. Germany, I just referred to, is a prime example because it lays down in the law already quite detailed provisions on how prominence would look on certain devices. We have a French approach also emerging with legal provisions, and the regulator there also now looking into how would it look like in terms of specific measures, prominence. And we have also a number of other countries where we have basic legal provisions which allow regulators to intervene, but that is not necessarily the case. So that's why I'm looking at Liam and also other regulators across Europe, because there's still important tasks, important decisions to be made around prominence. First of all, have a basic legal framework, but also trying to make sense of all these use cases, all these devices that you're currently holding, devices and operating systems and the likes, and how would prominence actually be broken down there. So there is a proposal also in Ireland in the pipeline, so we should be seeing that very soon. My last 2 minutes, I just want to kind of express a call to all of you in case you haven't yet understood how important this issue is, but also if you hadn't had talks yet with partner organizations or regulators locally, to look at implementation of measures of this kind. First of all, rest assured, it is a broad notion of services and channels that could actually benefit from regimes. So if you have commercial counterparts that also have that value for society, they could also be applicable, apply for these kind of measures. To who can it apply? I showed an example which is more or less a TV environment, a connected TV environment, but it could also stretch into user interfaces appearing elsewhere, on app stores, social networks. The German example is again a nice one, because they adopted not exactly the same measures for connected TVs as opposed to other type of intermediaries, platforms more generally, which at this stage are perhaps not yet core for media, but which nonetheless play an important role. Which leads me to my third point, measures. There's a range of measures you could be asking or advocating for. When you have a screen like a connected TV, that's actually quite handy to start a conversation. You can explain how it looks for the audience and then try to work out what is it I'm after. Do I want to appear on the first page? Is it about ranking? Is it about my broadcast channels, which are the traditional ones? Is it about my catch-up offer? How do I want to see that appear? Have I worked out what are the core platforms what is important for my organization and what will be important also in the coming years? So there, I think there's an important role for the regulators, and I'm glad Kate already shared some insights. But across Europe, I think it's important that the regulators have a process in place. There will be different solutions needed in different countries, but I think it's very important that you, together with your partners that you work with, are having those conversations, because they're crucial. They're really about the value you're producing, the value you're creating, and just to ensure that the audience can actually benefit. I'd just like to keep it at that with 20 seconds on the clock. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Roger, for that really good whistle-stop tour across Europe to give us a really good idea of, I suppose, the genesis of the legislation. And as Kate said, it can be quite difficult sometimes to make regulation sound sexy or at least interesting for many of us. But I think we can see the impact of where legislation lies, how the regulators interpret it, and how they apply it to different broadcasters. I suppose, flowing on from your last point, Wouter, what kind of practical solutions could broadcasters bring to the discussion here? What kind of, if there is lobbying to be had to legislators or regulators, what kind of practical solutions can they bring to the table?
Well, the EBU has been trying to bring and is bringing together communities of members that really have experience with those use cases. I mean, we're constantly kind of bringing those people together, because TG Kahar was actually an excellent example. Back in the days, a few years ago, Alan came to us to say, can you actually help us with bringing those contacts in also from the membership? Because we're starting to kind of build a campaign in favor of prominence, including TG Kahar's services also in it. And that worked very well, and we're hopeful also in Ireland that there would be a solution or a basis for a solution there. So that is quite important from where I stand, that conversation we have around specific use cases. What is important for you in a given market? What do you see as an important interface? Where are young people currently? Where are older people currently? And break it down in very simple scenarios, because prominence is one of these much touted words, and everyone agrees it's important, but once you break it down in details, it's difficult, it's complicated. There's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all. So I would say break it down into very concrete cases and go and show it first to anyone interested, partners, and then go and talk to the regulators is my... because in Brussels we do what we can, but it's clear for these kind of issues, the answer is not just European, because often lobbyists in Brussels say, yeah, it's a global problem, so we need a European solution. Yes, for many, we need a base layer often that is European. And when we talk about online platforms and the way they behave, there's actually strong rules from Europe coming. They've just been adopted. But for prominence, it's so much tied to your national broadcasters, your national systems, the way we work. So it is very important that bottom-up campaigning is starting.
Absolutely, no, and I think I would mirror that from an Irish perspective, that we rely on the broadcasters really to be ahead of the game in terms of trying to future-proof legislation. And I think everyone would agree that anyone who had legislation in the early 2000s, the internet wasn't really dealt with in any particular way, so it was out of date the second it was drafted. So I think if there's an opportunity in any other jurisdiction where legislation or codes and rules are being developed, I think we really heavily rely on the broadcasters to spot those things first. And we've seen that firsthand in terms of really technical aspects of legislation, but things around definitions of user interfaces, and I heard Kate speak of Sky Glass, which is kind of a new idea of connecting with audiences as well. So I think there's a message from today is that the regulators definitely rely on the broadcasters as well to share their expertise. Kate, in terms of, I suppose, you spoke about kind of facilitating a framework really, and again, I think from an Irish experience, we would always look to the UK as well of having a similar approach to regulation, that long-standing commercial arrangements between broadcasters and platform providers give us a good basis going forward. But it's not always the case, obviously, with the video-on-demand providers and the SVODs who don't have that long-standing kind of relationship with broadcasters. What do you think is key now in developing that new relationship, and what kind of tools would Ofcom like in order to kind of, I suppose, respond to conflict resolution if it does come to pass?
So kind of a couple of points, I suppose, to clarify. We're very much focused, at least in this work, around the prominence of the service providers, not the prominence within a service. So you come across BBC content within Netflix, for example, you know, with the BBC blocks. That's not what we're talking about here. This is about turning on your smart TV and you can readily find all four, ITV Hub, BBC, STV, S4C. That's what I'm talking around here. Now, there are kind of long established commercial relationships, particularly with the more traditional TV platforms, but that's not strictly true with some of the newer, more sort of West Coast, your kind of Roku, as an example, Chromecast. Well, hang on, the UK is a tiny little island and a bit. Why do we need to negotiate something special that looks different? We want to sell to multiple markets. We don't want to create a bespoke model. And you've also got an imbalance, I guess, in the power of negotiation between smaller domestic broadcasters and global platforms. So I think our focus is around, okay, well, how do you redress that balance without being too heavy-handed? Totally agree with your point around there are national peculiarities that you want to respect. And also, there's innovation that might be good for consumer. That there are different platforms. Some might be app-based, some more program-based, some might put an emphasis on streamed or kind of fast channels over on-demand. Kind of, you want to encourage all that diversity. So the regulation needs to find a way to kind of support that and help redress some of the imbalance in reaching the best outcomes. Because I think there is a sweet spot that is commercially attractive for the platforms, is beneficial for the public service broadcaster, but most importantly, the audience wins. They get the best content, easily accessible, in whatever way they want.
No, it makes sense, and I think we're hearing it more and more that this old kind of idea that the traditional PSBs in particular are pit against the SVODs as a threat really isn't probably the best way to look at the situation. There's opportunities for everyone here, and the SVODs at the end of the day need that national hook to audiences that they don't necessarily get from their own commissioned content. So if they can work together, or at least have a framework to work together, the audience wins out at the end of the day. I suppose, Wouter, in terms of other factors that are also feeding into this, you know, already fairly complex process, are there other key legislation in particular that might have an impact? I'm thinking Digital Services Act or the Media Freedom Act that might have kind of an extra layer of complexity to the issue.
What the discussions with members on prominence also learn is that the digital colleagues often feel there's a bit of an unequal bargaining position. And I think what the famous acts, the EU Digital Markets Act particularly, but also the Digital Services Act are trying to do is kind of rebalance a bit the equation there, that it's possible for content producers, content distributors that have to deal with large platforms, that they would have that conversation, which is often about ticking boxes of terms and conditions, but which could also be about commercial negotiations, but that there would be more an equal bargaining position there, because that was really a recurring theme also in the lead up to the positioning of the EBU on the EU acts that members felt strongly about, that their word was not really properly held into account, and it was very difficult because let's not forget most of the contacts we have with the newer big tech platforms are not personalized contracts. They're often a broadcasting company is just like any old user invited to tick boxes, general terms and conditions. So arguing your case that you're actually having a mission as a public broadcaster would justify you having a specific conversation with a platform to say, well, there's certain issues, and this goes way beyond prominence, of course, are important for us. And that's why we are hopeful in a few years' time, because the acts will be taking time to be applied directly, that it would start shifting a bit the balance. Now, and that might be a good basis actually to start also conversations on prominence, but that is not directly addressed in these EU acts. But I think that more equal grounds is important. What I should also say, this is not an issue of scaremongering and they'll take us over, because I think in many cases, indeed, platforms are coming to Europe and to specific markets because some of the public media services and apps, people like them and really want them. We're also trying to cater here for countries where public media might be struggling perhaps a bit and would have additional safeguards to have that conversation with platforms to ensure they have their place there. Not in terms of access, but also in terms of recognition. To have spaces there where the comedian there said, look, space to fail. I mean, if public media is asked to kind of create those spaces, they would want the kind of space then by third parties to actually be facilitating that. So you start by addressing prominence and you end up with discussing the whole sector and its survival and also its future. It's exciting.
You do, I think, yeah. It does often kind of springboard onto that wider sustainability issue. And I think one thing to point out as well from today, and I've seen it come up in these discussions as well, is that this is also different from EU works, as we call it, prominence, which is a difficult article under the AVMS, but which I think some broadcasters sometimes see as this easy solution to this wider threat of SVODs, that if we set a high quota and if we link it to, say, the content levy as well, we can kind of milk the cow and reap the benefits separately, but they're not tied up. They're separate things and separate instruments that will have separate kind of regulation as well. Kate, I'm always interested, not that we steal all of Ofcom's ideas, but we look very much over the Irish Sea in terms of how you engage with the industry in particular. And you're obviously at the kind of the latter stages of having done the consultation process. What were the key things that came out for that for you? What were the questions that you posed, and what were you really looking for from broadcasters to bring to the table?
From the broadcasters, it was really a really clear, evidenced description of what the problem was. So the growing importance of video on demand for their reach, for their impact, the growing difficulties in reaching commercial arrangements. So the number of services that were launched and that simply didn't have all the UK's PSBs available. So, major brand connected TVs launching before Christmas with no All 4, with no My5. To great consumer frustration. And actually what I found really interesting, that was also frustrating for the manufacturers. Yeah. Because they were getting heat as well. So it felt altogether quite unsatisfactory for all parties, particularly for the audiences. So I think what was really helpful was having that conversation, not just with the broadcasters, who were invaluable in pushing this. I mean, they were the ones who really started this conversation in the UK back in sort of 2015, but actually bringing everyone around the table to go, okay, well, what's a workable solution? And that has to be sustainable from a PSB point of view, but also sustainable commercially, right? We want to attract innovation. We want to attract different services. You don't want the UK to not be an attractive place to do business. So I think that was what was really important about not just the outcomes of the consultation, but the kind of process of getting people around the table and trying to kind of broker what a workable solution might be and what the proportionate role of regulation should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
In a way, we're always looking as the regulator, which I know you guys do the same. What's the least we can do here to make this function well?
Have you seen that differently from a European perspective, Wouter? I mean, obviously we have the wonderful range of interpretation of a directive. You know, we have, I suppose, such a different history in jurisdictions and how they approach compliance and regulation as well. Have you seen a different approach being taken in larger jurisdictions in particular?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're valid sometimes, as we explained. I mean, there's different user interfaces sometimes being important in certain markets. But I mean, there are trends, of course. I mean, I was listening carefully also to some of the other interventions, and prominence is, of course, an important issue. But if you kind of go into the issue, there's also very important issues around data and the way algorithms work. Part of the uncertainty that our members face when they engage with platforms, and that's some of the problems will be dealt with by the Digital Markets Act. How does the data that I give that platform that relates to the services, footage, productions that I put on the platform, how does it get back to me? Can I actually make sense of it? Can a platform properly explain how an algorithm, a recommendation system works? And there's a lot of conversations, I think, that our members have with platforms, but the gist of it seems to be, trust us, come into our platforms, into our systems, feed it with all the data, and you'll see naturally you'll gain success. And the logic would be, well, prominence will then naturally occur. I mean, it was quite interesting, the colleague from TikTok saying, well, I got to know the algorithm. I didn't know how it worked, but it was just by not clicking and liking certain things that suddenly I found myself with a feed which I thought was personalized enough, which is great, I think, but which for public media or media, I think representatives or people working in the media is a bit troublesome. I mean, are we allowing ourselves just that the control of data and control of the way a recommendation system works in the hands of corporate policies? I mean, I'm not an activist, but I think as a media professional, it is quite important. Because if I want to be an advocate for prominence, I probably also need some basic visibility, knowledge about how data travels back to the broadcaster or to the journalist or the editor, and how a recommendation system works. There's exciting lines of work in our membership, but also with the EBU, with new exciting projects, innovative projects, one called the European Perspective, where we trying to do exactly that, also looking at algorithms and the way our journalists are picking up stories and put them on their own platforms. And I think it's probably an important focus for the coming months and 2 or 3 years to kind of try it also. Work with platforms, absolutely, we need them, but also see how we can adapt our own services, the way they're offered now, and be also continue to be a very good alternative. Because it cannot be that we have to rely on TikTok and the next TikTok and the next one. We need strong digital platforms, applications ourselves. Whatever will happen, I think. Sorry.
No, it's a really good point, because I think it shows the timing of all of this, and the wonderful world of Audiovisual Media Service Directive transposition. I can say that in one breath. It's forcing all of these different jurisdictions to bring all their legislation and regulation up to date to deal with non-linear and on-demand, but also to deal with online and online harm. And we're seeing that in the UK as well, that in lots of jurisdictions the scope of regulation has been expanded out. So the regulators need to know everything in terms of how these players work, how their algorithms work. And that's not just broadcasting, that's outside of that as well. So there's a whole new world of kind of learning, I think, involved here. And at the end of the day, broadcasters and internet providers, if you want to call them that way, are all going to be regulatees as well under the same umbrella, and that's different jurisdictions. So it's interesting times for everyone involved, I think. I'm conscious of time, and that we could spend talking about this all day, to be fair. Hot topic for us. I'll just open it up to the floor if we have any questions from anyone. If you want to raise your hand. Joe?
Slightly disappointed at the, because of the, I suppose, last day and a half, we've been largely in our heads talking about the small screen, and we're exhausted trying to come up with new formats and new ways of telling stories and new ways of getting content out there. And I'm not sure that any of the broadcasters have any energy left to worry about regulation and prominence and so on. So I think this needs a huge pan-European effort to try and come up with a regulation model for Europe that allows smaller regional broadcasters, to get the kind of prominence that they're being squeezed out of. Like, as an anecdote, we have 2 smart TVs at home, and I'm interested that we're talking about the large screen, and all the graphics today spoke about TV, that sit-back experience. But our first smart TV changed the way we watched and consumed content at home. The second smart TV came with a remote control that had Netflix and Amazon Prime preloaded on it. And everybody in the house except me went, yay, great. All you got to do is press the button, up it comes. And I was thinking, well, there's one more nail in our public service media coffin, because, it's making these giants more accessible because they've worked out that it suits the manufacturer of the device, and also the people who are squeezing us in the market. And that's the uphill battle that we're facing, so I'm a little bit disappointed that it's back to the broadcasters to have to try and push and, create, sort out the regulatory issue as well, or at least contribute in a way that I'm not sure we have the energy to do.
I think from an Irish perspective anyway, I think the broadcasters have already done what they can do in that regard, and have really helped frame the actual legislation itself, have fed into the amendments process, have spotted things that need changing, and it's worked very well. And I think the BAI has relied on the broadcasters to be able to do that. I hope the onus isn't too hard on the broadcasters, but we need them to come with us. I suppose I heard many years ago, Kate, this idea that we'd be able to have a PSB button on our remote beside the Netflix and Amazon button. Is there still a kind of an appetite for that in the UK?
Our view is around equivalence. So if you want to offer Netflix the ability to buy a button, $1 a set, that's great. What's your offer to PSBs? Because our view is appropriate prominence. They're still really important services to UK audiences. So how do we make sure they're just as visible, if not more visible, than some of those also very highly attractive commercial offerings? So it's not a matter of mandating buttons on remote controls, kind of there lies madness. But it's about having, and you're right, that's the conversation for the regulator within the legislative framework to go and have those conversations. I think what we want to understand from broadcasters is, what do your current commercial agreements look like? Where are the pinch points? What's really hurting? Is it around things like that? Is it around data, which I think for a significant number of broadcasters it is? So how do we reach sensible conclusions around that? It's understanding what your day-to-day commercial negotiations are as much as we can, rather than solve it for us without us being at the party fully.
Yeah, and I think, I suppose, to expand on that, again, from an Irish perspective, we're wary that in order for commercial arrangements to work, it's based on good faith and good actors there, and that there's established relationships with the more old-fashioned linear providers, shall we say, and that there's a good basis there for building on that relationship working forward. Where that's not so certain is with the SVODs and the VODs.
Just very quickly, I was just going to say, I mean, assuming the legislation is introduced in the UK, we think the regulator's role is to set out some tram lines, right? This is what's acceptable. If you do a deal within those tram lines, brilliant. We'll stay away from it. So that might mean buttons, that might mean, front, top, left for your app. It might mean a certain amount of the tiles and the program profiled is, it could mean all sorts of things, and that is okay. But it's about equivalence and having some transparency around what's being done and offered. Sorry.
Thanks, Kate.
You're fine. Thank you very much, Liam, Kate, and Wouter. Walter, okay, thank you very much for this morning's discussion and for participating. We're very grateful. I'm afraid we're going to finish up with the discussions there, but we do have one more thing to do. Before we conclude, we have a special presentation to do. CIRCOM would like to recognise the trainee journalists who took part in the CIRCOM training sessions at the National University School of Journalism. And we're going to have Guillaume Custer join us now, and he is from France 3 TV.
Thank you. Used to be, I left the company 6 years ago, but that's fine. It feels fairly appropriate to be taking the stage right after this session, because whilst we wait for broadcasters and platforms to discuss and have that conversation, we are training at CIRCOM our journalists to reach the audience on these platforms and to go produce content for everybody that doesn't want to watch television anymore. So I would like to welcome to the stage the president of CIRCOM, Jean-Marc Dubois, who actually is working at France 3. And also all the my fellow trainer, Amin, also from France 3. I mean, we're still in the show here. And all the delegates that took part in the training to receive your certificates, because that's a thing we do at CIRCOM, and acknowledge the fact that you went through the training. So there we go. In no particular order, Moritz from Germany, HR Frankfurt. Calling up, who do I see? Sander from the Netherlands. That doesn't work. Yuri from Czech Republic, Ostrava. Asier from the Basque Country. There we are. The President. And finally, Alba from CRTVG, Galicia. So you only have a fraction of the delegates because, you know, transportation and stuff. But I would just have to say how proud I am of these guys, because they came into the training saying, hey, we make TV or we do stuff on social a bit. And what we're trying to do is to give them tools to create their own format and story and get out of that television tendency to standardize everything we do. We have like TV packages, 90 seconds, 2 bits of interview. And now it's all about who do I want to talk to, what's the message, and then I choose the platform and I choose the format. And we go through a creative process to do that. And we had a little bit of a competition. As we do, because that drives human brains, we put them in 2 separate rooms to have these brainstorming sessions, and they came out with really brilliant ideas that I hope you will let them execute back home. So thank you very much for that.
And as we say in the industry, that's a wrap. TG Cahir would like to thank everyone who participated, contributed and made this conference worthwhile. The cultural excursion to Connemara will leave just after lunch. I highly recommend going on it if you do have the opportunity. For those heading home, bon voyage, agus go dugatia slán a Walaship. And that concludes, oh, not quite. Call up Fernando and Jean-Marc. Oh, okay. Oh, my apologies. Oh, we're not concluded. Fernando Ojea and Jean-Marc. My apologies, Jean-Marc.
Well, in the very ending of the conference, we have to thank everyone
for this extraordinary event, this great gathering. I think we learned a lot. We were going to exchange ideas when we go back to our stations with our colleagues. And I want to thank especially DigiCar. It's been awesome work. And all the crew, the producers, cameramen, the social media lady who I can see her in Aya, she's there. And she's been working really hard these days. Yeah, thank you. What's her name? Ali. Ali. Thank you very much, Ali. If you've been following Twitter these days, it's been really on fire. So thank you. Of course. The people who are helping in the desk, the reception desk, and of course, Liz Niholic, and Caroline, and the rest, of course, Alain Aslemon as the leader of TGCAR, who has been really welcoming and warm, and I think this has been very successful. We want to say something because we're going to announce the conference 2023.
No, I'm not going to double what you just
okay.
said so well.
Okay. So, conference 2023 is going to the Basque Country. We cannot say the dates and the location yet, but it's going to be announced shortly, I'm pretty sure. We have a couple of very short videos to give you some insight of what is waiting for us in 2023.
Turista maitea. I live in a place where gastronomy is culture, and culture is identity. Euskadi is still written without a hashtag, and experience without filters. Here, green is green, and blue is blue. I want you to know that I'm waiting for you with open arms and an open mind. I'll respect your beliefs, culture, and identity. I'll show you how to speak with a glance and observe with your words. In exchange, I'd like to ask that when you visit Euskadi, you respect my culture and my neighbors. Look after the land and the sea so they will continue to be those postcards in which I live. See you soon.
So may I introduce you to Itziar Azpeitia, who is the person who is going to be in charge of the arrangements of the conference, and he's going to say you hello. Itziar.
Well, hello, as you say. Thank you, Mr. Ojea. Thank you to all the representatives of CIRCOM Regional, and thank you to TGCART, Alan Ellsmond, and all the team who have hosted us these 3 days here, which have been wonderful. these two videos have probably given you a little glimpse into what both the Basque Country and EITB are like. And you will have the opportunity to get to know us a little bit better next year. So, on behalf of EITB, Euskal Irrati Telebista, which is the public media group of the Basque Country, I just wanted to say that we'll be delighted to host next year's CIRCOM conference, that we are looking forward to continuing these talks and these conversations about all the challenges we face, but also regarding all the opportunities we also can foresee, because after all of them are common matters that unite us in the end. So I hope to see you in the Basque Country in a year's time, and yes, I wanted to finish saying that you will be really welcome there. Thank you.
So to finish up, we would just like to say thank you to everyone who was here and everyone who joined us online. TG4 truly enjoyed hosting you here in the City of Tribes, Cahir na Drav in Galway for CIRCOM 2022. And we wish our Basque colleagues the very best of luck for CIRCOM 2023. Thank you very much.